This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately.
You know, that's just one step above stupid.
There's mosquitoes the size of bald eagles in that dadgum swamp. 5 brain cells, 4 aren't working.
Did you hear what I said?
Huh? It's a house!
Have you lost the last 3 brain cells, or do you just have cabbage for brains?
Graybot 9000. There you go, there you go. Hey, you like that fly walking around? Yeah, I was typing so fast to get ready for the show that I typed in authorities, and then I copied and pasted it for the title in the video and had the same error. So I fixed those, but on Facebook it'll still have it spelled wrong because they have this weird. As soon as you post something on Facebook, it stores the image for everybody else until you use this one particular tool called the Facebook debugger tool, but sometimes it isn't. You do it too soon, it doesn't take yet. Pretty weird. Yeah. You know, I was just thinking about before the show started was, you know how everybody says law enforcement ruled out suicide and kidnapping. Did they really though? Has anybody found a quote? Okay, so the quote that I have is them saying they can't find anything that suggests that. And I'm wondering if there was maybe a news outlet that took a little liberties on what that meant and made that statement, and then it spread around like wildfire, just like the Anthony shots, you know, the Kagan Klein information over the weekend. Almost identical. Like one person puts out bull crap, and then everybody else quotes it as a source, then you got 15, 20 people, and then boom. All right, I could not find anywhere where that's a quote. And by the way, the timing matches up perfectly. It matches up perfectly with just the other comment. So it makes you wonder. Okay? So I don't think they ruled out anything. They just said they didn't have the evidence at the time. But maybe on tonight's show we'll do something where I'm going to have, like, this is going to be the screen right here. Hold on. Yeah, right here. I got to turn on my camera. So there I am down there. But, you know, we'll have something like this, and then you will put all the arguments on both sides. And it has to be proof of something, okay? Not, ooh, well, the kid was angry about, well, I mean, that's not really proof of anything, is it? That's just, the kid was being, the kid made a threat a long time ago. Now, that could be something you put in there, like a possibility, something like that. We just don't know. Yeah. So, anyways, let me get to the... I'll get back to the original information here so everybody can just know it if you're somebody new here. See, the thing about this case is it's still going on, but there's just this, now it's turning into the crazy thing where, you know, everybody I think everybody looks at it the way they want to, not based on the information that we have. And that's one of the things you got to try to. So, because right now, currently, the way it sits is, it looks way more like she did something to herself than it did before, and even more than a homicide looks. Like I could make a case easily for her, killing herself, right? I could literally, I could do it, and it would be so easy to do. It's harder to do the homicide one because a lot of things are weird. There's just a few weird things with the suicide angle, the self-harm. All right. Okay. So the way it, if you're just here for the first time, this is kind of how it all breaks down. So Debbie had lunch with Amanda and Andrew, the boyfriend of Amanda, on September 9th. Okay, so a lot of this stuff is irrelevant now. Amanda had dinner with her mother and ran some errands and left separately. And then the neighbor so she actually had lunch and dinner, whose idea was the lunch and dinner? Is that some sort of a goodbye moment type of thing for the mother? Or did they always have that many interactions in a day? So that was on the 9th. And then a neighbor told the Post that she heard a commotion at the Collier residence on the evening of September 9th. So was that like after the daughter dropped her off home, there was a commotion? Or was it when the husband came home at 9? Was that the commotion? We don't know the timing of that. The husband said he saw her just before 9 p.m. on September 9th. Then he went to bed. And Stephen and Debbie slept in separate bedrooms because he snores. And then when Stephen got up in the morning, he saw the rental car outside because Debbie was renting a vehicle because she had gotten in a car accident. It would be, like people want to know, is there anything interesting, I guess? Like some people think maybe the car accident had something to do with maybe a first attempt at something. I mean, we'd have to know the circumstances. Was she sitting at a stoplight and somebody ran from behind? Then likely probably not, right? Especially if the lights were red and somebody ran into her. Yeah, that's not there, Lady Bird. I went to Fox News. There's no quotes on it. They just claim it. All right, so it says, investigators were further able to determine... Okay, then it says, Stephen and Debbie slept in separate bedrooms because of snoring. Husband saw a rental car in the morning, September 10th, as he left for work. At 2:55, Debbie enters Family Dollar. So this is all on the 9th. Debbie enters Family Dollar. Investigators were further able to determine what the victim purchased: a rain poncho, refilled torch lighter, a 2-roll pack of paper towels, 7.5 by 9.5 OBD tarp, and a reusable tote bag. Then at 3:09, Debbie leaves Family Dollar. Then at 3:17, just 8 minutes later, on September 10th, Debbie Collier paid Amanda $2,385 on Venmo with the message saying, "They're not going to let me go, love." Okay, now that's the statement. If you remove that statement, people might accept the suicide better. Like if you said, "Here you go, love. The keys by the flower pot by the front door." I think people would accept that more. But because it says they are not going to let me go, people aren't willing to accept it. Maybe they could mean something else, like her own demons or just some vision or something she's having. We don't really know. And the car was spotted at 5 p.m. that same evening, so it leaves it. The Venmo's at 3:17, obviously, based on the distance from the Family Dollar to where the car was found. She wasn't at that spot yet because it takes, I think it was 17 minutes to drive there, and the Venmo was only 8 minutes after leaving there. So she either did it on the way there, or just did it in the car while still sitting in the Family Dollar. I mean, we don't really know, right? We don't know. when the Venmo was set. But here's what you got to believe in. You have to believe that the Venmo was sent under duress, right? Everybody in here that believes this is a homicide has to believe that the Venmo was sent under duress because it says, they won't let me go. Or it's somebody else typing it in after something happened to her, but you'd have to say that that happened in 8 minutes. That somehow she was killed, and then somebody wrote this message sending, Amanda some money. Now, she was reported missing September 10th, the evening. So that was, 5 o'clock is when a law enforcement officer spotted her rental car parked in that same pull-in spot that it was eventually discovered the next day. He just saw it there. Then later in the evening, just an hour and 8 minutes after that, she was reported missing to the police because of the Venmo message. It was startling, so that's why it was so soon. We've got people out there bitching and complaining about that it wasn't sent quick enough. And then some people were saying it was too fast, okay? To me, if you see a message that says they won't let me go, you're going to call the police, relatively quickly. You might look around a little bit first and, see if you can find her car, and then you're going to call the police. Then the next day at 12:28, Sirius Satellite contacted the Sirius Satellite was in the rental vehicle in the Chrysler Pacifica, 2022 Chrysler Pacifica, and they advised Sergeant Neal of the location where it stopped in the area of Georgia 15 northbound and Victory Home Lane. The rental car was 0.3 miles south on Georgia 15 from Victory Home Lane, which on that Victory Home Lane is a rehabilitation center. Okay, and I'm going to need a little bit more energy at the beginning of the show. All right, and then 1:30 p.m., K-9 unit was requested. Okay, then let's see what the next one. Amanda Bearden arrives on the scene. Bearden was notified of the location by the Athens-Clarke County Police Department. Bearden states that mother has no mental health issues and not suicidal. She stated mother had a bad back and couldn't walk far. So the mother obviously was taking some sort of pain medicine, something like that. Then at 2:20 p.m., Deputy Forrester arrived on the scene. That's the one that was being called while Amanda was showing up, while he was talking to Amanda. Rental car was 57.7 miles or 61 miles from their house. Home lane, the vehicle was unlocked and completely empty. Debbie's car was in the shop because of an accident. Items at the scene were a red tote bag on side near uprooted tree and root ball. There's what appeared to be a fire, partially burnt blue tarp. Then the body was, she was nude, lying on her back, grasping a small tree with the right hand, charring to the abdomen. Thanks, Carrie B. Thanks for thinking of that. All right, let's see. So that's basically just the information out there. Now, yes, the daughter has police records and so forth, and there's some people that think that maybe Debbie was buying items for a meth lab, like a makeshift make lab out in the middle of the woods, and something went wrong and something happened to her. Yeah, and then there's also people out there thinking, ooh, is that her daughter? And they're just tricking people. It's ludicrous, everybody. It gets embarrassing when people start doing that kind of stuff. We don't do that here. Okay, so if you want to do that stuff, I'm sure there'll be other channels popping up like magic, because this case is getting bigger now, and they're going to show up and they'll absolutely welcome ludicrous conspiracy theories. And if that's fun for you, this will not be the place for you. The place for you will be absolutely sitting over there sucking in all the bull crap that everybody else wants to talk about, okay? Yeah. Hey, thanks, Play-Doh. Yeah, all right, so let's do the... All right, we're into the folder here. So I cannot find anywhere out there where there's a quote. Hey, Okay, thank you, Plato and Janalison. Put that in there.
Freak wave, ocean wave, ocean wave.
So let me show you what I've
wave,
found
ocean
out here.
Wave, ocean wave, ocean wave, ocean wave, ocean wave.
So these are various articles out here that I've seen. Like this one here, let me turn off the phone lines aren't open right now. Maybe we'll do that later when we're coming up with the, maybe you'll be able to put your side on the pros and cons if, with super chats or something. All right, so here we go. Debbie Collier was last seen on September 10th and found dead next afternoon 60 miles. Right here it says the Habersham County Sheriff's Office on Wednesday, so last Wednesday, which would be the 21st, revealed that investigators have found no evidence of either a suicide or kidnapping. Now, I could see somebody taking that and saying they've ruled it out. Okay, that's just absolutely what I think somebody did. Detectives have served several search warrants and were looking to identify a person of interest. Okay, so we got that one. And then we also have this one right here. In an update issued late Wednesday, the Habersham County Sheriff's Office said that at this time there is no evidence to suggest or support that this incident was related to kidnapping. Okay, so we got that one. Then we've got this one. The fifth, Bearden was hysterical. These are just other comments about suicide or something like that. Hey, thank you very much, Felicia C. and Tina Susser. Appreciate it. All right. So Bearden was hysterical at the scene. Remember that? We were reading the document. Pulled over. People keep saying it's Schedule C drug. I mean, where does Schedule 3 maybe? Whatever the hell it is. Where are they coming up with that? It's not on that document that I could see. Bearden, who was hysterical at the scene, was heard shouting that the car pulled over on the road belonged to her mom. She told police at the scene that her mother didn't have any history of mental health issues and denied she had ever experienced suicidal tendencies. Okay. But see, it's interesting that they asked her about that. Okay? See, why did they ask her about that back then if they didn't have some kind of thoughts about? That's what we were discussing on the earlier shows. Okay? I know the prevailing want is for it to be a homicide, but I don't know, man. I'm not seeing it at this point. I'm not saying it's not possible. Definitely something that you'd have to. There might be some piece of information they have that is extra. But right here it says, at this time, there is no evidence to suggest or support that this incident was related to a kidnapping or this was a suicide. And these are written on, like 9/24, right? So let me see something. Hold on. That was 9/24. I think that would have been, Saturday, maybe? So at that time, they would have already seen, except this quote is prior to that. That quote was made on, let's see, this is the 22nd. At this time, there's no evidence. So on the 22nd here, that was a Wednesday, actually. Remember that? That's when they came forward with that. It was a Wednesday. So hold on, let me look at the date here again. Wednesday is the 21st. Okay, so that's when the quote was made. And then on the 23rd, that's when they saw the surveillance footage. Okay? And so I don't think they've ever said where it's a quote, where you can go find it somewhere, where they ruled out suicide and they ruled out kidnapping. I don't think that's out there anywhere. They just merely said they have found no evidence suggesting that prior. Okay, if you can, I don't want you to send me an article that says the same damn thing I just said, or a non-quoted article. For example, in this one right here, okay, right there. Investigators, however, publicly ruled out both kidnapping and suicide. Did they? When? I mean, you're making this comment on the 26th. The only public comment that I've ever seen them make was this one right here. And this was around the 21st. It said, at this time, there is no evidence to suggest or support that this incident was related to kidnapping or that it is a suicide. Okay? So, I mean, you find me where they literally quote it, or a video of the sheriff making that statement. Okay? So well, here's what I think happened here. Somebody took this, and a reputable, quote, reputable place like the Daily Mail or something, they came out and they put out an article claiming that it was that they ruled it out because it's sort of worded in a way that you could interpret it that way. And then all the other outlets jumped on board, grabbed it, and said it's been ruled out. Because it makes the story better, and we can just blame it on the Daily Mail. That was our source. We got it from them. You get what I'm saying? I mean, I have not seen it yet. I spent like 2 hours trying to find the quote, and every time I found it, it was just a statement in an article claiming somebody else claimed it. Okay? So, if we take that off the table, that they ruled it out, does that change anything for you? Hey, Professor Pug, how's it going? Crazy times out there, crazy times. Yeah, this one here is a current active case, but it's a pretty weird one, I gotta tell you. Yeah, it's less weird today than it was yesterday. All right, let's see. So it's in the document? Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about in the Debbie Collier death, where it said at the bottom, who cares what Amanda, look at, I mean, I guess, it might be relevant, the Amanda and Plessy, her background with the drugs and everything like that. But is it really? I don't know. I mean, it might have something to do. If it is a homicide, then maybe that's related. But I'm trying to figure out how that all fits in now. Hey, Mom, would you mind going up 70 miles north just to avoid being seen and buying me some meth cooking gear? And then on the way back, she goes, I'm going to cook my own meth. And goes down to the way. It's such a crazy, it's a convoluted story. To think it's, I don't know how you work in a homicide given the information we have right now. It's very difficult. You have to have somebody that was sort of following in another vehicle maybe, and they were like down the street somewhere, and then she loads up her car, then somehow they just jump into her car, make her send a weird Venmo, and then have her disrobe somewhere. I don't really know, It's a pretty weird one. Thanks, WNC Granny. Have to get up real early in the morning. Night, everyone. Good night, WNC Granny. All right, let's do it. Let's do the, so on this channel, like every single night, we raise funds and so forth to help support the channel. And at the end of the month, I donate over 50% to charities, which includes NICMAC, sometimes RAIN, Violence Against Women. RAIN might be a good one to, maybe send $500 in at the end of the month in honor of. We don't really know. I guess in this case we don't really know. We'd have to wait, but RAIN. We also do Texas Echo Search, and then the biggest thing for us on this channel is our DNA fund. I think that's the thing that is the most rewarding for us, because we are actually paying to identify Jane and John Does, or even murderers or murder victims. Just giving their name back. Okay, so that's probably the most rewarding thing that we do. And we're going to be at $100,000 given away to charities and a DNA fund at the end of this month. since 2020, not this year, but like over a 3-year period, so it's over 33,000 a year. But the first year was only 22. Last year we did 42, and this year I hope to do more than that because we actually will have 3 more months to go after. I mean, it's pretty wild, isn't it? I mean, it's crazy. We should beat last year, I would think. So, anyways, that's what we do here. And if you want to be part of it, become a channel member or help support the channel with super chats or PayPals and whatnot. And there you go. Okay. That's it. Okay. So you see this thing that says, at this time, there's no evidence to suggest or support that the incident was related to kidnapping or that it's a suicide. So I think somebody took that, ran with it, and turned it into whatever the hell they wanted it to mean. Okay. Now, what's Myrtle's? I thought maybe this was Stuff Club. Yeah, we already got those images. All right, so let's switch over to this page over here, and let's start filling them out. So super chats get the preferences. If you send a super chat with what you think you want to put on the homicide ledger, and then I have self-harm. I don't know if anybody wants to put, type in the suicide prevention hotline number. I know sometimes people get triggered and so forth, so if you want to put that in there, that'd be great. But yeah, things that point to self-harm, and then the other side is homicide, okay? And then we can discuss those various things. Hold on, I gotta... Right, oops. No, we don't know what the cause of death was yet. If we did that, we'd all have more answers, wouldn't we? You'd think they would have got the cause of death almost immediately. It's been a long time. They've had her body since the 11th. I mean, man, you haven't come up with the cause of death yet to release to the public? And maybe that's why they're saying, they think it's a homicide. Maybe, but the thing is, I don't know when they checked the drug-related thing. Some items with their not found at the scene.
Devil's advocate for homicide. Some items we have not found at scene. Where
okay, so let's see. Purse, cell phone, clothing, not found at crime scene. Okay, there you go. Actually, let me edit that, make it so it fits on the page. Okay, there we go. Got that one. Yeah. Items purchased by a victim at the dollar store. Yep, there you go. That's what I think. So, self-harm. Let me put that in here. And we know what those were. It was the poncho, lighter, blue tarp, red tote bag, and paper towels. Okay. Thanks, Pink Cloud.
Self-harm. Items purchased by victim at dollar store.
Yeah. Self-harm, purse. Huh? I already went over that yesterday. 13 miles. Oh, I don't know how far it was. She was just right there. The crime scene, she was like 10 feet. Yeah, I mean, it's just right there in the same general area. Just slightly down the hill. You know, and we saw it. It was just right down the hill from the root ball. Poncho, lighter, blue tarp, red tote bag, paper towels. Are you guys, you know, with doing what we're doing here? I want the items that are the homicide. What proved to you that it's a homicide? I would say probably another thing here would be, let's see, the part that says they won't let me go. Okay, so that's going to be something on that side that you would think that that's what that meant. We don't know anything about life insurance or anything like that. What about her text messages? I just said they won't let me go, that part. The other part is consistent with suicide. Love you, and the keys in the pot by the door because she wanted her daughter to know where the house key was. So that one goes over there. So I'm actually going to put they won't let me go, and then over on this side, we'll put the part where it says, love you, and I guess you can also say 2,385. That goes on that side. Money to the daughter, 2,385, and key in flower pot. There you go. So we got that. That goes on that side. Okay, but see, that doesn't. There's no proof of any of that. What you're saying there, pink clouds. I mean, there's proof that the homicide, daughter's drug issue and odd behavior. I don't know about the odd behavior part, but you know, she definitely had drug issues. But we'll put that up there. I'm just going to put the odd behavior. You know, the hold on. Daughter's drug issue and odd behavior.
Homicide, daughter's drug issue and odd behavior.
Yeah, I don't know about the odd behavior. We're just going to do the daughter's drug issue. There's no proof that she has odd behavior. You know, you see her there. We're just assuming it's odd because we don't like her.
Self-harm.
Like it's just,
the channel
that doesn't mean
ego
anything.
delusion.
You can't prove that what she's saying isn't true and what she's saying. All right, Billy Juliana, thank you. All right, and she said, someone or more than, you don't have to be a devil's advocate. You can just say what you're saying. Okay, but we don't know what that is, right? So what's the proof of that, Billy Juliana? Someone or more than one person stood to benefit. Her? I guess the 2,385. Yeah. All right. So here we go. We could put this over here. I get what you're saying. So over on this side, the money could be part on this side too. You could say Amanda benefited by receiving $2,385. There you go. Thank you, Maria Sayas Rodriguez. Being found nude points more to homicide than suicide. Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't have to, though. A lot of people kill themselves nude. But
points more to
I mean, I could put that on
homicide
both
than
sides, but I'll put that up on the... I mean, I just did 2 stories last night where the person was nude and they burned themselves. Let's see. Found nude. And what was the other part on that? Just found nude. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's just that's not. I mean, here's the thing: we're starting to bring up stuff that doesn't point to anything. I mean, the boyfriend making that statement at one time doesn't have any. You know, like it was like a year ago, And I'm trying to figure out why do we, if we bring that stuff, see, that's one of the problems we do in these cases. Sometimes it does mean something, but a lot of times it doesn't mean anything, you know? So, you know, we could definitely put that in there as something, but then we can start re-examining some of these at the end. So I guess this is sort of like we're just putting stuff together and see what happens. There you go, Freebird forever.
Self-harm.
Jessica
Vehicle was
Schubaugh.
left at the crime scene.
All right, let's see. Yep, that's one of the ones we were talking about. Vehicle left at the crime scene. I would also say the 8-minute time window. You know, I would put in myself, I would go here and say 8-minute window from 3:09 to
I'm just giving money. I need
3:17.
more clues.
Well, thank you, Janice Johnson. You're helping out the channel, and at the end of the month, we'll be sending money in to probably this month. Will mainly almost all go to the DNA fund. We're actually going to be, for people that are just tuning in here, we have a case where we're identifying a victim of a serial killer. She's the person's already been arrested for her murder and everything, but the victim was never identified. He killed 11 people. So that's what we're going to be doing. Car too clean? Well, you know, it was a rental car, right? I mean, but okay, we'll put that on your side over here. Rental car had nothing in it. We don't know if it was clean or not. It just said it didn't have anything in it. Okay, but also, what about like up here? You could put stuff like why drive 70 miles north of home to buy common items? There you go. How about that? It's a weird one, right? Because normally you don't have so many things on each side, right? It's just sort of like this one has, for me, it's more compelling. People can definitely come up with more stuff to put, because a lot of the stuff on the right that I'm looking at up here are assumptions, like just total speculation, where the other side is factual, you know, pieces and questions to ask. Hey, thank you. Yeah, it is. It's amazing what we're doing over here. I wish the one thing is most of the true crime community doesn't even recognize any of the stuff that we do over here, because they just don't. I don't know if it's because they don't do anything themselves, so it's kind of like, you know, not when I say anything, I mean, there are people that do, but it just doesn't seem like, you know, the ones that are bigger, they get tons and tons of revenue from super chats and so forth, and don't really give a nickel to anything, you know. So you know, it's their choice, but it's weird the blowback you get out there. It's crazy. I initially thought it was a drug-related thugs, then family, and now looking... Yeah, so it's looking like self-harm, yep. CCTV checked. She was alone in the car. Yeah, they said that she was alone in the car. There you go. Let's add that to the 8-minute window. I guess it's... well, it doesn't have to be there. I'll put it at the bottom. Alone in vehicle. Okay. Now, one of the elements that would be, for me, is like, well, wow, so what happened to the clothing, though? You know, where the hell did that go? And here's what I think. I think she had the poncho as sort of, you know, it covers your whole body. And I think she might have dumped her clothing so it wouldn't be identified. And it's probably harder, you know, like maybe it's harder to burn yourself with, I don't know. I don't really know exactly. But I think she might have thrown her clothing, the purse, her cell phone, anything that could identify her, and threw it in maybe a garbage bin just right there, put on it, was wearing the poncho, and then drove out there with the red tote bag filled with all the items, walked down there, and whatever happened, happened.
Self-harm. Rental car unlocked. She didn't care about theft.
There you go, rental car unlocked. Okay, like that one. Eugenie.
I think we can rule out spontaneous combustion.
Car unlocked. You can rule out spontaneous You're crazy, Cammy. We can rule out spontaneous combustion. It's about alien abduction at this point. Planned self-harm, bought items at single store. Yeah, I'm not sure. Items purchased by victim at dollar store, poncho. And then I'll bet I'll just edit that and put a planned purchase right up here. How about that? Is that good? Planned purchase. There you go. Got it in there. Ange Tech's son. No history of mental illness, according to her daughter. You know, who probably just had a couple good days and was like, oh yeah, I didn't see anything. Yes, holding onto a tree branch. Yeah, I guess that could be on both sides.
Homicide holding onto a tree branch.
I think it helps the suicide, self-harm side more that she's holding on to something. Yeah, yes, I can go on the other side too. So, yeah, because she said the reason. She said that she just didn't care about locking the door or anything. Why would you lock the door if you're going to go kill yourself? If you weren't going to kill yourself and you were going to go down there and, you know, plan on coming back, you'd likely lock the door, right? I mean, that's what people do out there. Sometimes you don't when you're in a rural area like that, but I think it definitely is on that side. Are we going to get the element open troll again tonight? Hey, TTJO, thank you. Why dress like football fan if you plan to unalive herself? I don't know. Why not wear that? Ask that question. Maybe it was just baggy stuff. She didn't want to be recognized, it seemed like. I don't know I don't know where to put that. You didn't give me something to put. Yeah, you got to word it where you're making a case. You didn't do anything with that one, TTJO. You just sort of, you know, you asked a question. It didn't give me something to put up there. She doesn't appear to lock the van doors when entering the dollar store. How do we know that, Carrie? Is there video now of her entering? I mean, of her exiting the vehicle? All we see is her going into the door. How do you know she didn't 2 minutes before click the... I mean, come on, you guys. Let's... Yep. Got the lights on. I'll go back to... Let's see. You guys, this is pretty cool, though, right? Like, this works pretty good. I think it makes it so we can discuss things. And then maybe we can do another screen later where we can... Here, let me go to this screen and grab something really quick. Or is it this one? Yeah, the whiteboard. Let me take that. Put that over here. Paste duplicate, maybe? And then what happens if I pop this out? Hold on, I'm going to try this. Alright, so that's like the miniature version of it. And when I put this out, does it work when I... Oh, look at that. Yes. I can't remember what the command was to get rid of that, though. Was it? Ah, shoot. Gonna have to go look at the hotkeys and figure out what the hell that was. Clear, okay, Control D. There we go. Ah, look at that, huh? Pretty sweet, pretty sweet. Anybody else? This is a super chat driven, comments on each side. We went through a whole bunch of them last night. It was something. There was a whole bunch of them. Why would she drive 70 miles north to buy those same items when there's actually 3 Family Dollars in her small town? And also, one thing I do want to point out, those blue gloves that are there? Some people are wondering if the blue gloves were left there by... But here's the thing. It's 100% that the gloves that are at the crime scene are from law enforcement. If those gloves were left there and they were there on the scene, they would have collected them for DNA evidence inside of them, okay? So all we have to say is they just didn't care once they processed the scene. They just left their gloves sitting around. That's it. Yeah, I said that. I don't think she wanted to be recognized. I think she wore the, the visor and she kind of had her down, the head was down a little bit and big, bulky, like shirt, and she walks in there and she buys this stuff. Then she made even sure after that more people wouldn't. I bet you she threw away her debit card, whatever she was using. Now people also say, you guys have forgot to mention, that the daughter said she only left with her purse, or not the purse, with their debit card and ID, but we see clearly that she's got a purse, right? So we'll put that over on this side. Maybe I'll move these over a little bit. And then maybe I can... Does it fit if I do that? Almost. Just right there. Daughter says Debbie only had ID and debit, but we see a purse.
Self-harm. She texted a message to her daughter instead of calling 911.
Let's see. Yeah, there you go, right? That's a good one. Instead of, she sent a Venmo. It's like it was all for the daughter. The first sentence, though, "they won't let me leave," is what throws things off. So it might be that she was trying to make it look like a homicide, but it was actually not. And maybe for insurance purposes, right? I mean, we don't know, though.
Neighbors frequently heard screaming female arguing, and one was a younger voice.
Yeah, we'll get that in there in a minute. Okay, and then thank you, Mary Glaviano. Neighbors frequently heard screaming, female arguing, and one was a younger. Well, I thought he saw a younger person. That's what I thought. But see, what does that prove about homicide, though? See, that's what I'm trying to get you guys to look at. You're sending these things over that I think don't prove anything. They do show that, oh, okay, there was some violence going on, but wouldn't that also be something that might be quite depressing for somebody? You know, like, couldn't that be also on the other side? Like, why wouldn't it be okay to put over here, for example, the exact same thing that she just typed in? I could just be like 9, go like this, and you know, why can't I put that over there? There was always arguing. Crappy stuff going on. All the time over there. And maybe that was a last hurrah, you know, she takes her daughter to lunch and dinner, for God's sakes. I mean, even goes to lunch with one of them. And then she comes home, and then there was arguing that same night. So it was probably just, you know, who knows what. I'd love to know what the argument was about. Somebody knows. Okay, so either Andrew, the husband, the husband knows. I forgot what his name is. Is that right, Andrew? I don't want to say the wrong name. But the husband was probably there when there was arguing going on outside. Yeah, it doesn't make it a motive, Mary. Yeah. And we don't know what they were arguing about, right? So you're saying if. Yeah, you're saying it makes it a motive if, right? But see, that's what I'm saying. We don't have proof of any of that stuff. Yeah, people do that kind of stuff, Element Open. Yeah, you keep saying the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again. Yeah. Tailgate party. I just did one last night. It wasn't burning alive, but I found even more stories today about women that have killed themselves with fire. They do, though, Element Open. You just didn't pay attention, or your brain doesn't work, because while I was showing them all last night, you didn't pay attention. Why would she leave the rental van to burn herself? What, because she wanted to do it down in the woods down there. I mean, what do you mean? Why burn herself in the van? Hey, Laura Lynn F. Yeah, the last initial F. Okay. God, you're just an idiot. Get out of here.
Been arguing if the mom was unstable.
Thanks, Pink Clown. You're being so rude. No, LM always creates these problems in here. You know, by giggling and laughing and acting like everybody's idiots that don't, you know, it's crazy. All right, let's see. I didn't realize about burning self. What didn't you realize? What does that even mean, Element Open? What does that even mean? Maybe the son's doing okay, right? You ever think of that? Maybe the son's doing okay, but the daughter isn't, so she needed the money. Right? And maybe the son wasn't really around as much. I mean, you could put that in there on the homicide point. So that's not a bad one there. You could say 12 didn't say goodbye to son. So that's not a bad one to put there. Hey, thanks, Linda Howe, as in Linda Molden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Corrupt Circles. They could have been arguing if the mom was unstable. Right, but how come, let me ask you guys something. You keep saying stuff that, like, if this and if that. What proof, like, we don't know what the argument was about, right? at all. So when we're trying to put these on both sides over here, so at the end, what we're going to do is we're going to start checking off the proof things, the ones that are provable and actually are true. Okay, let's see what happens when we do that. Thanks, Paulette Leonard on PayPal. Yeah.
Just to say thank you, Grand Freaks.
No, but we don't know if he did. We already went over that. Fighting Irishman 91, but apparently you weren't here when we did. Give me some proof at all that the sheriff ruled out suicide. Anything. Give me a quote out there. Not from an article. These articles do not quote anybody. No, give me some proof, Fighting Irishman 91. Give me some proof, okay? Send me an article where it quotes, with quotes around it, instead of just where another news outlet said this, okay? I guarantee it. All right, send me a link to it. Send me a link, and then I'll play it, and then we'll have to add that into the calculus. But yeah, send me the video of it. I looked for a long time looking for the actual quote and didn't see it. I called him twice today, and he, didn't respond. Obviously, they're busy. They don't give a shit about it. YouTube, like a YouTuber most of the time. Some places actually do care, but yeah, you don't have to agree with me. Yeah. But it's the way you do it, Element Open. It's like you just, you make it sound almost like it's ludicrous. Like I've went over 4 or 5 cases in the last 2 days where women have killed themselves by burning themselves to death. And you seem to just sort of keep ignoring that over and over again. So I'm wondering why you're doing that. I don't know if the bots are working or... Alright, let's try that. No, I didn't, Element Open. Look up on the screen. I actually put your comment on the right-hand side. Were you not paying attention to that? God, you're almost like trying to be a troll or something. It's bizarre. Let's see. Have they tested her for pain meds? And we don't know. We don't know if they have or not. I'm not targeting anybody, and TechSun. I'm responding to jackassery. Okay. Why can't you see it? It's right there. I even said it out loud, Element Open, that I was going to put that on there for you. Yeah, I know. Hey Zozo, I'm that's why I want him to send it to me, because I want to see if it literally says that or not. Okay. Because people just want to say it says something, and well, see, somebody just sent me a side-by-side of the mother and the daughter for comparison, and guess what? That's her daughter. Okay, that's what she looks like. They look kind of similar. With burns on the abdomen. All right, let's see. I'm going to play it off to the side because it's a YouTube video.
The suspicious death of Debbie Collier has gained international attention.
I've seen this already. Hold on.
Investigations Division has executed several search warrants at locations directly tied to the victim and have conducted preliminary interviews of those closest to the victim.
How and why the body of Debbie Collier ended up in a remote wooded area over 50 miles away from her home remains.
The Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigation.
This is the sheriff that I tried getting a hold of. I got his message.
Division has executed executed several search warrants at locations directly tied to the victim.
Just listen to it.
And have conducted preliminary interviews of
Right
those
there.
closest to the
You can't
victim.
see it.
How and why the body of Debbie Collier ended up in a remote wooded area over 50 miles away from her home remains a mystery. The 59-year-old was reported missing September 10th to the Athens-Clarke County Police Department. The next day, September 11th, a Sirius XM service pinged the location to her van. Chief Deputy Murray Kogat of the Habersham County Sheriff's Office released this recorded message as the story continues to gain international attention.
And that the last communication from the missing person was a transfer to the daughter of $2,385 with a text message tied to the Venmo transfer stating, "They won't let me go. There is a key to the house underneath the flower pot."
Kogat says K9 units were brought in to search the heavily wooded area.
The search resulted in the locating of a red tote bag, a partially burnt blue in color tarp, and eventually the victim's partially nude and burnt body grasping a small tree down a ravine.
It's been nearly 2 weeks since her disappearance and the grim discovery, and still no word on a motive, suspect description, or any answers. Fox 5 reached out to the FBI, who sent this statement saying, quote, FBI Atlanta is aware of the case. At this time, the matter is being investigated by local authorities. The GBI had this to say, quote, the GBI Medical Examiner's Office is conducting the autopsy, but those results will be handed to Habersham County as we are not involved in the investigation.
At this time, there is no evidence to suggest or support that this incident was related to a kidnapping or that this was a suicide.
We already said that. See, look at this. We already know that he said that. Did anybody hear in there, right there? No, it's not. You're welcome. You got it wrong, Fighting Irishman 91. You got it wrong. He didn't say it was not, it's ruled out. He just said they haven't found any information to suggest it. We've already gone over this, and it's almost ludicrous that you sent that to me. We already went over the exact quote that he just said. Okay? Good Lord. Yeah, this is just unbelievable. What a waste of time that was. No, I don't have selective. I have selective hearing now, everybody. I have selective hearing. He apparently does say he's ruled it out. You're a nut job, man. That's ridiculous. Okay. And that's why I said I think somebody just interpreted it that way, said what they wanted to say. Guess what? If Fighting Irishman 91 worked for a news outlet, he would say it's been ruled out and it would spread. Okay? Well, Element Open, did you hear him say what he claimed? Element Open? Go ahead, Element Open. Did you hear exactly what he said? Yeah, let's do it again. Thank you for sending it to me, but wow. I mean, you must have a ludicrous hearing situation going on there. All right, so let's do it again. I'm going to play that last part again.
At this incident was related to a kidnapping, suggest or support. There is no evidence to suggest or support.
There is no evidence to suggest or support
that this incident was related to a kidnapping or that this was a suicide.
That this was a kidnapping. It says there's no information to suggest or support. That's it at this time. Right? At that time, they didn't have any information to suggest that. Okay? It doesn't say we've ruled out a... Look at this is one of those clowns. What's your law enforcement background, brother? It's my background is one of logic and reason, and I can tell you right there that he did not say they ruled out a kidnapping, nor did he say that they ruled out a suicide. What he said was they don't have any information at that time to suggest it. Your brain doesn't work right, Fighting Irishman. You're going to have to go work on something. It's been 2 weeks, guy. LML. Suicide isn't homicide. It's not hard to figure out. What in that? That doesn't even make sense at all. That sentence there. And see, here's the thing, everybody. Everybody out there always wonders why I am the way I am. And it's because I get clowns just like this all the time. Jesus. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah. Homicide isn't suicide. What? Who said it was? Not a soul. Here's the thing. It could be a homicide coming up here in the, there might be something that comes forward that makes it a homicide. That's why we're going over the list back and forth. But what I said at the beginning of the show was that I think that it's very possible that the sheriff never said we've ruled out a suicide and kidnapping. Okay, he's never said that ever during this thing. He's never said that. You hear what I'm saying? Like he's never actually said that. He said we haven't been able to find any information to suggest that it's a kidnapping or a suicide. But check this thing out. Let me ask you a question. If she's at the store at 3:09 and then at 3:17 she is sending a message that says they won't let me go, doesn't it mean necessarily at that moment she has been kidnapped? Doesn't it mean that absolutely for certain at that point? See, this incident that happened at this store completely changes everything. Okay? Now, if you think it's a homicide, then that means she was kidnapped at that point because she says, they won't let me go. If you think it's a suicide, then that was a message that she sent to make, maybe she's saying they won't let me go, like maybe those are the demons in her mind, or she's trying to make it look like a homicide for insurance purposes later. I mean, we don't really know what that is, but you got to admit there's an 8-minute window. What do we do with that? How far away from the car was her body found? They said a quarter mile. Doesn't seem like it was quite that far, but that's what they said. It could have been that they went north and then a quarter mile from there, so don't really know. Let's see. Thanks, Cali Girl 3. What does that one say? If not for XM radio, would not have been found so well, maybe because it was spotted, right? I think it would have been found the next couple days, Calgo. I think they would have found her like within a day or two. Because it just would have been a car on the road and somebody would have reported it. And, it would have led to a search because then they would have realized that she rented it. You need the chat volume?
Oh, I'll do Chewbacca if you want me to.
Where is the chat volume? I need one. Smiley face.
Right, so we're back over to here. I guess that's what happened, Element Open. Yeah, I mean, it's weird that I put your idea up there about she didn't say goodbye to her son. Okay, but maybe she wasn't going to say goodbye to anybody, but was sending money to her daughter, and just because of that, she said, "Love you," got to go, because she was in a hurry to do something to herself. Like she didn't really say "love you, Amanda," right? She just sent money to Amanda, said "love you," the keys in the flower pot by the door. So maybe the "love you" in the flower pot is in the flower pot by the door. The keys in the flower pot could be just a general comment, right? But the $3,285 went to the daughter, right? She never mentioned her daughter's name, right? Man, I can't. This is another one I just want to be solved right away, so I can just go see. Now, if it's a murder, it won't shock me a bit, There's enough weirdness around, but the thing is I can the suicide angle in this case makes more sense to me. You know, you're just going, oh, how come she didn't send it to her? Well, who knows, man? People do weird shit. Okay? People do weird things. We don't know why she didn't send something to somebody. That was just a bizarre exchange a minute ago, though, right? Like, how did it get to the point where I can't hear very well when it literally, the guy didn't say anything about it being, you know, like, we've ruled out anything. It's unreal what people think they hear sometimes. She wasn't normally allowed in the house. Yeah, that's what I think, that the husband wasn't allowing her to have the key. So that there might have been some strain with her and her husband over, you know, the daughter and her druggy boyfriend, and not wanting her to have a key because she could break in or something and do something. And so then she wanted her daughter to have a key after that, and some money, and, you know, whatever. We don't know why people do certain things. You know, like, for example, that case in Oregon in 2014, Mrs. Houston. Why did she go into the store and buy, like, some candy? And then, you know, she had kids and a husband, and she just looks so normal. And then she drives over to the woods and hangs herself in the middle of the woods. I mean, why did she do that? Yeah, well, because you can't really explain it, right? But that's not really a sign of anything, Stacy. People do that kind of stuff all the time. Yeah. Yeah, well, all it would take is law enforcement needs to come forward again and say something else. Yeah, give a little bit more information. Why is that, Sarita? Well, they didn't think it, at first they didn't think it was. Because the reason it's not obvious is because of the things like her clothes missing, her purse missing, and that she burned herself, which isn't common, but people do that, and things like that. So they're probably, and the daughter said, oh, she wasn't suicidal. So they hadn't found anything. Okay. So here's the thing. All it said in that video that we played is they haven't been able to find anything to suggest that it was a suicide or a kidnapping, right? Maybe that's what the guy was talking about earlier. I might have accidentally said suicide and a murder, but I meant to say kidnapping and or suicide. So they don't have anything to suggest that, right? And the reason they say so that's all they're really saying there, because how can they, if it was a suicide, the information at the scene doesn't look like one to them because it's odd. That's it. But they got the surveillance footage on the 23rd, and I think that maybe behind the scenes it's changing a little bit of how they're looking at it. Like, wow, you know. Hey, thank you so much. Tomorrow. Not today, but tomorrow. Oh, man. Jesus. Oh, getting that stupid nightly crap coming out of this machine over here. It's weird. Yeah, well, I was just wondering, you know, the same thing, Dan, the other day. Like, why don't they know? Well, the thing is, if she dumped her clothes and they found it that late, it would have been dumped already. So they wouldn't be able to find it. They probably would have taken it to a dump. But they should have been able to, once they located the car, determined its entire route and everything. Maybe that's how they found out that she stopped at the Family Dollar, right? Maybe that's how they found that out. So anything else we're going to need to put on each side? So we got the self-harm, homicide. That she said her red jersey was found at the scene. Okay. Who said that? Well, that would make, I think that would even make it more of a suicide. That means she undressed herself right then. What about the purse? Well, if it was, how come it wasn't mentioned in their article, though? I mean, so it's just, they have an official police report document that doesn't mention anything about finding her red jersey. You know, so. Oh, yeah? Yeah, it's just a Coke. Diet Coke. What was in the Fox article, Malia? Let's see, the accident before. Well, we don't. That doesn't prove anything. The accident before. We don't know what that was about. We'd have to have the police report and make it. And if it looks suspiciously intentional, but we don't have that, so can't use that. So they went to the site, but they said they saw the red jersey. There was also some red stuff on the ground, but that could have been from the red tote bag that melted. We don't know if that was a red jersey. You'd have to prove that to me, that the jersey was found there. Just reading it in an article to me doesn't mean jack anything, you know. I don't think that was a jersey. I think it was I think that looked more like a part of the melted red tote bag that was right next to it. Yeah, I don't believe that the red jersey was there. Because why wouldn't law enforcement mention that in their police report? Yeah, I know. It's weird, Malia, but I've been doing this for a long time, and there's just so many errors these days in reporting. So we don't know any, like right now, look at how all these articles are saying they have ruled out a homicide. I think I'm the first person to question it because everybody wants it to be a homicide. I mean, excuse me. They've ruled out suicide and a kidnapping. And the thing is, I questioned it because I was thinking to myself, when did he say that? I've never heard him say that. So then I looked around and there isn't one quote with quotes around it of him saying that. All they've ever said was, I've got it right here. Let me read the actual quote. We've had it since the beginning of the show today. It says, at this time, there's no evidence to suggest or support that this incident was related to kidnapping or that it's a suicide. Okay? Does that mean that it's been ruled out? Put a 1 if you think that that means it's been ruled out. I mean, honest to God, I want somebody to, to tell me that they think that this means at this time we have found nothing to suggest or support. Okay? And I understand why, because before the surveillance footage, we all thought that. We all thought, well, they must have something else or something. But they never ruled out a suicide, I don't think at all. It's just this sentence right here, and therefore they don't have this magical piece of information. You can tell they actually asked Amanda, was she suicidal at all? And she said no. But why did they ask her that? Well, she said no, and that was part of some of their evidence saying nothing to suggest because Amanda said no. Now, she probably did have her cell phone with her, Kevin, at that time. Yeah. I mean, what makes you think she didn't? They just haven't found her phone. They tried calling it. So here's the thing. Watch this. I mean, let's just throw this out there as just a random, just a total guess. But here we are at Family Dollar. Okay, let's just go to Street View even. She leaves the store at 3:09. Walks out to her car, maybe pulls away at 3:10. Right at that moment, just a few moments later, she drives over to this McDonald's. I'm just going to throw this out there as a just total shot in the dark, but we don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. And you might want to check the McDonald's surveillance or something. Maybe she pulled into this area. There's a dumpster right here. She pulls in, parks her car, changes into her, puts on the, what are those things called again? I can never remember the name of that stupid poncho. Puts the poncho on, takes her clothes off, sends the Venmo to her daughter, immediately turns off the phone, throws it into the garbage can, throws her clothes into the garbage can, throws the purse into the garbage can, and now gets back in the car, drives out the parking lot, and then heads right back down the highway to that predetermined spot, maybe. Or maybe she just was driving and said, this looks like a spot. So she drove down here, gets out of her car wearing the poncho, heads down this direction carrying the red bag. There's nothing in the car at all. Comes down here and you can't see shit. Okay. God dang it. Man, I swear to God, it's so hard for me. Okay, let me do it again. We're gonna have to start all over again. But now I've got it memorized, so it shouldn't be too hard. All right, just a second. So let's do it again. Dollar Tree store right here. Okay. She's right here at the Dollar Tree. 3:10. She gets in, pulls away in the car, and then maybe I'll just go this way. Pulls into that McDonald's, drives around, parks right here next to these dumpsters, throws in the purse, takes her clothing off in the car, puts a poncho over the top, then maybe takes off her pants at that point. I don't know where, they never mentioned where there's any shoes or anything, which is weird if you're walking through the woods, but anyways. Throws everything into her purse, cell phone, but she doesn't throw her cell phone in yet. First she sends the Venmo, because remember right after Amanda got it, she tried calling her mom and it was dead or went to voicemail or she didn't answer. And so she probably turned off the phone. And because remember, yeah, that's right, when she called, it went straight to voicemail, and then when police tried calling, there was nothing at all, as if it was turned off. So she probably turned it off, threw the purse, cell phone, clothing, or something like that into a dumpster, gets back into her car wearing only the poncho, and she has the red bag filled with all the stuff that she needs. Then she gets back onto the highway after going to the Family Dollar, heads down south, gets out of her car right here, walks into the woods with wearing the poncho and the red tote bag, and then does what she does down there. Okay? I mean, it's a possibility. You're just throwing it out there, but obviously there are millions of places you could put the cell phone, the purse, and all the other items that are missing. They're not always clear. I've seen millions of when you say ponchos are clear, how do you make statements like that and feel good about yourself? It's just like, why don't you look up poncho online and see if they're all clear, okay? There's some that are camouflage, there's some that are, pink, there's some that are blue, there's some that they're not clear every time. Some are clear that, I mean, I don't know how you just type something like that in like it's a fact. It's crazy. Yeah, they're all over the place. The ponchos they can be anything. All ponchos. No, it doesn't even matter if they mean plastic. All ponchos can be anything. And we looked up earlier. We looked up like at the crime scene. You can see stuff like we were just kind of verifying. Like Zozo was thinking that. Let's see, where is it? Right here, in this image right here. That's one of the rings from the blue tarp, and it definitely looks exactly like that. We looked up the rings on a blue tarp, so that's what that is. And you can even just see it right here. Here's that plastic with the little, tiny little. I don't know what you call that, little raised little bits in it. And then yeah, so when you look at a scene like this and you go, wow, look at all those blue gloves. I mean, those are law enforcement blue gloves there. They aren't going to leave, and look at, they're even inside out. You think law enforcement is going to leave a DNA source like that just sitting there? And the answer is no. Well, Gray, I know this one case. Okay. You know, so there definitely is stuff like right there, like, you know, some redness. You know, whatever that is, who knows. Yeah, so here's some of that red. Couldn't that be part of the red tote bag that just sort of melted because it was close to the fire? That's the poncho. I mean, why, that doesn't look like a shirt to me. That looks like plastic. I mean, do you guys agree with that? Like, that looks like plastic that's been melted, and it's hard here. Like that shirt she was wearing, I don't think would end up looking like that. Yeah. Right, we saw that one. I don't know, WNC Granny sent me one that says, yeah, that's one, we already know that. No evidence of suicide, kidnapping, and death of missing, and that was on the 24th. That's exactly what he said. There's no evidence of it. He didn't rule anything. Ruling something out is a massive leap after saying, when you say we have no evidence of, and ruling something out, it's a huge difference. Ruling out means that the evidence is so overwhelming that it is impossible for it to have been something else. Okay, that's not what we have here. I mean, it's amazing how every article said the same thing over and over and over again with no accreditation to, it's just law enforcement has. Let's see, Family Dollar. Let's see, Family Dollar ponchos. Let's see. So there's clear ones, you know. They also have like ones that look like I don't know when people call them ponchos, but you know the ones that are like camouflage. And this isn't really Family Dollar. You just type it in and it shows you whatever you want. Yeah, so like right there's one that's well, I don't know what you want to call it, but you see the camo ones that are out there. Hold on, camo. Yeah, see, there you go. See, there's a poncho right there. That's not, a see-through or anything. There's one right there. That's not see-through. You can't see, well, now it's completely see-through because it's not even there. But yeah, you see it right there. And all these right here, they're just... Okay, so what else we got on the self-harm side? There's a lot of times there's things that are, you know, you could put down that she's very calm while she's in there. Although that doesn't really mean anything. Yeah. Why did she... You know, the part about leaving the car there makes more sense for a suicide. She drove there. She was alone. She's still alone. That's why the car is still there. If she was with somebody else, the person likely would have driven the car somewhere else and then maybe waited to get a ride from somebody. So, alone in vehicle, car unlocked. Yeah, vehicle was left at the crime scene. I guess that's similar. I mean, how would it be an accident, though, Laconic? I mean, like, what was she doing? You know, are we going to do the meth lab theory where it exploded on her? I don't know. It's just... Dan Carr, somebody thought you were being serious. I just did a deep dive. Oh, Dan Carr, man, I tell you. He did a deep dive on the Family Dollar. Oh, that's hilarious. Tawny Lee. Feeling depressed, being stuck in the middle between a hubby and a daughter. Yeah. I mean, that's what we're guessing, right? So I'll put that over there. Except that might be one that I'm going to cross out later. Come on, guys. Who's got it? Thank you.
Feeling depressed, being stuck in the middle between hubby and daughter.
Yeah, I don't know why they make her look, you know. People have glamour shot. You've seen it on Facebook, Zozo. Come on. Detectives confirmed to the store receipt. Purchase a rain poncho. Huh? Yeah, we know that. Yeah, it's in the document. Yeah, we got that all. We got it all written down up there. Did you see that? TTGO, Tracy? Up there? It's up on the screen there. Gotta go for the night. Take care, freaks. Alright, see you later, Cammy. We're just doing an exercise here tonight. And by the way, if you want to, I think I might try tomorrow to send out the notebooks. So if you want one of the notebooks, if you send in 25 on PayPal, you get 8 chances in the spin plus the notebook already. And if you win the spin, you get a mug instead because you've already got a notebook coming. So that would be on the PayPal side. PayPal doesn't take... YouTube is, you know, highway robbery, basically. But, you know, it's convenient, so... Works. Oh, is that what you're talking about? The color? The store receipt, Collier purchase a rain poncho.
Self-harm. Easier to...
Well, they want to know what color the poncho was. You didn't type the color... of the poncho. That's what they're arguing about. TTJO. They want to know what color the poncho is. And it's like, I don't know. Maybe she did. Maybe she put the poncho over her shirt and just threw away her purse and her phone, you know? Because those are the only real thing, you know. You know, it could be that the clothing was just burned away that she was wearing, right? I mean, where's her shoes, though? What about that? Isn't that a little bit weird? Wouldn't she keep her shoes on at least to walk down through the woods there? I mean, no, there's no mention of shoes being found. That's what I was asking earlier on the show about the shoes. I just saw a creator title. Huh? I don't even know what that means, bird brain. Thanks, K-Dog. And by the way, don't go, Gray, you're so rude. You just called the guy Bird Brain. That's actually their YouTube name, okay?
Ocean wave, ocean wave, ocean wave.
I don't think so, Leanne. That just seems... And on the homicide side, sure. I mean, if you really believe it's a homicide, then the clothing, you know, something might have happened to her before, maybe assaulted somehow. Then her clothes taken thrown out somewhere, the purse thrown out, and then they're trying to get rid of the DNA by burning her. That's really where you're stuck at that point. Thanks, Cindy Lynn.
Ocean wave, ocean wave, ocean wave, ocean wave.
Yeah. Maybe we should watch that again. The surveillance. That was on 26th, maybe? No, the 20... No, I got it down here. Oops. That wasn't it. That was my call to the Family General. That's the Collier page there. That's their Facebook. I'm just doing the okay, so this is the Daily Beast right here. But this one's on the 22nd too, so I don't know, I think we might have actually gone over this at one point, so I don't know, I gotta try to find the surveillance, hold on. Maybe she did. Maybe that she did right there when she right there. Boom! Look at her. Look at that. She opens the door and she looks down at her key fob right then, and that's probably when she locked the door. Boom! I bet she did lock her door right there. Watch that. Watch that again. Looks down at the key fob. Boom! It comes in. There's no other reason to look at a key fob like that. You see what I'm saying? Watch that again. Walks in. Looks down. Oop. Okay. Locks the car, then goes in. And then she's right there. Paper towels. She's got, we don't know what those really smaller items are. There's a lighter for sure in there. I I don't know why it says that, Lindsay. Do you think the drug related makes it more likely for a suicide? Self-harm, whatever you want to call it. Let's see if we can see the poncho. If the poncho's clear, then she probably just put it over what she was wearing. And maybe she was going to use that. Okay, there's the bag. So there's 1, 2, 3, and then a tarp. So man, that poncho must be really tiny.
Reports say it's drug related. Sorry
One of these.
if you
That's
already
probably.
covered this.
We talked about it before. We don't know what the drug part is. Unfortunately. That's a real small bag. So there's the, obviously those are the paper towels. I wonder if that's what she's putting in first, right there. Tote bag, this is the blue tarp, that bigger one there. Yeah, I don't think there's any evidence that there was another person, That's what we're missing here. There is no evidence at all. This is sort of like Kanika Jenkins a little bit, where it's her alone, and then people try to fill in this little magical blank time and turn it into something. Because it's kind of weird, right? All right. So how about we go over to the pros and cons here. Anybody else have any the self-harm, anything else that points to that? I know there's other ones that we've come up with. Yeah, well, just like in the Kanika Jenkins case, Cindy, we don't know that there wasn't somebody sitting in the freezer when Kanika walked back to the freezer. Okay, we don't know that. It's just sort of like, you're talking about an 8-minute window. I don't know what that means. No idea what that means. Let's see, I haven't heard anyone say how happy she was. Anything she was looking forward to. Number 10 on the what? Oh, that one? Okay. God, you gotta just type in a real sentence. It's so easy. Then people would understand. No, that's not supposed to be there. No, that was meant to be on that side. That's exactly where it was. The person who put that in wanted it. She's stuck in the middle and felt depressed. That's why it was over there. I was told to put it over there. It makes sense to me. She's stuck in the middle between hubby and daughter. She texted a message to her daughter instead of calling 911. Let's see, was that one? Yeah, I think that one. Okay, that side. On the right needs to go to the left. Okay. Okay. So does this still work over here where I can... Yep. All right, well, let's take a look at this thing now. Yeah, I mean, that one could be on either side too, right? Why can't I say that word, element open? I mean, it's just so ridiculous that we can't say it. No, a lot of people say it. A lot of people say it. And it makes more sense than a homicide right now. And nothing makes sense about it being a homicide either, Lisa. So I could say the same thing to you. Okay? And, you know, it won't shock me either way, but it makes more sense to me. All right, so here we go. We're going to go over here. We're going to start on the self-harm side, and let's see which one of these are facts. Items purchased by victim at dollar store, poncho, lighter, you know, blue tarp, red tote bag. Okay, yep, paper towels, and it was a planned purchase, obviously, right? Then she did type in "love you" and sent $2,385, and you know, a key in the flower pot. You know, so that to me is like you're just sending a message to the daughter. Vehicle was left at the crime scene. Yep, that's a little strange, right? If somebody murdered her, wouldn't they have moved the car, making it almost impossible to find her? Then there's this little tiny window of 8-minute window from 3:09 to 3:17 that somebody would have had to abduct her, even though you guys all jump over, law enforcement ruled out abduction. Well, no, she would have had to have been abducted if she's writing that 8 minutes later. She's in the middle of nowhere. She's in this little tiny town, and it's a 17-minute drive back to where her car was found. And then you might say, you know, this is just a question here, so I would just put like, you know, I don't need, this whole section here isn't really factual. This is, she was alone in her vehicle, the car was unlocked, she was holding onto a tree branch. I think that speaks to more suicide than a murder, because that means it shows that she was alive at the scene instead of somebody murdering her and then moving her down and maybe dumping her body and burning it down there. Okay? And then neighbors, but it's also a fact. Neighbors frequently heard screaming, a female arguing, and one was a younger voice. That's a fact. Stuck in the middle between hubby and daughter, sounds like something, that's not a fact. That's something we think is happening. Okay? And then she texted a message to her, hold on a second. She texted a message to her daughter instead of calling 911. Okay, but that could be on either side, because you might say, well, why wouldn't she call 911 if she's been abducted? But in this case, it does support on the suicide part, because it is, you know, she texted a message to her daughter, sending her the money, and generic "love you" and the key at the flower pots under the door, right? So we got that. So then we go over to this side over here, and it says, purse, cell phone, clothing not found at the crime scene. That's a fact there. You know, I could put, see, that's a fact, and I would say over on this side, but it wouldn't be a fact, that she didn't want to be identified, so got rid of the things that she felt would identify her before going down to the crime scene. Okay? That's what I think. It does say, they won't let me go. And then the daughter's drug issue, while that's a fact, I'm going to cross it out because it has there's no factual information on that leads to it being a murder. Nothing. It's just you saying, oh, this is a bad person, therefore, right? Amanda benefited by receiving, yep, that's true. She was found nude. Boyfriend had mentioned to harm the family. So I'm going to cross that one out too. That doesn't have any. It was a year before. He did say that at one time. It seems it's a factual piece of information because it was a note, but it's not anything factual related to it being a murder in this case. Right? You're just assuming something, completely assuming something. Rental car had nothing in it. That's true. Holding on to a tree branch. That's also in this one. Daughter says Debbie had only... See, I wish I could remove it from this side because I think it's way more likely on this side, the tree branch thing. Daughter says Debbie only had ID and debit, but we see a purse. So that one is something she said. What that means, just because she didn't know what purses the mom might have owned or all that kind of stuff, we don't know. Neighbors frequently heard screaming, female arguing, and one was a younger voice. Didn't say goodbye to the son. Yeah, that's something that's true, but that's not. You just got to cross it out. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't have a bearing on. It doesn't say it in the message, but what does it have to do with it being a murder? Actually, that one I gotta. Let's see. Do I hit this button? Oops. I don't know how to do it. Let me go check my hotkeys again here. Control E erases. All right, there we go. There we go. I'll leave that one in there, just because. Yeah, it's a piece of information. Huh? Why do you keep saying the same thing over and over, Element Open? It's just like the same joke. It's like you think of something more creative on the next one. It's like you keep saying the same joke over and over again. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it does make sense, Element Open. It does. You don't want it to, so you're being sarcastic about it. That just means you've got tunnel vision. Yeah. She hardly was burned alive. Thank you, Sunval. Appreciate it. I don't know what it is. I can say right now that it could be a homicide, but to me everything's pointing to a suicide. Okay, that's where it is now for me, and wouldn't shock me a bit. And if they come up with a piece of information, I'll go, oh my God, wow, boom. Hey, you gotta, Sunval, you gotta send me your name, because your name isn't with your address. Send me your address and your name so I can send that to you. You have the address, but it doesn't have your name, and I don't know if that's really your address. I've had a couple notebooks sent back based on the address I was given. Just recently, never before, but two. Yeah, well, we don't know what her cause of death was. Maybe she died of drugs, and somebody... so here's a scenario that law enforcement might be looking at. It appears that she died of some sort of drug overdose, because the burns that are on her aren't enough to kill her. Was she given drugs, or did she take them herself? But apparently, she wasn't suicidal. So this looks like a homicide. But then now you got the new surveillance footage you see her at the store buying the same items. So isn't it possible, you guys, that she goes down there to, kill herself, and she gets the, maybe lights the newspaper, not the newspaper, the paper towels that she got as sort of a fire. I don't know if there was a fuel source or something, but maybe she used the tarp and so forth, and maybe she tried to roll herself up in it with the smoke, or what. I mean, we don't really know what the hell's going on with that. But I don't know, just people do crazy things. People do crazy things. I mean, you guys know how I think through stuff. I mean, it's weird how it's so incredulous that, oh God, how could you think it's a suicide? There's no chance. And in reality, there is a chance. Oh, my monitor just blinked out. I might have to get a new one of these, I think. Hold on. Oop, shit. Oh, there it goes. Looks like it's working right there. But Wonder why she would drive. That's what I'm saying. Well, because you wouldn't want to do it near where you live. See, if you look at everything in totality, Southern Mom, ask yourself this question: why did she go 1.5 hours to buy those items at that store? Can you answer that question? Because she didn't want it. Obviously, she didn't want it to do it that way. What if you go with the scenario that she wanted to kill herself and make it look like a homicide for insurance purposes? Or just not to, or something like that. I don't know. She obviously, it sounds like she tried to make it so she wasn't identified, but leaving the vehicle there is going to lead to her at some point anyway. So maybe she didn't think through that. She thought, ooh, it's a rental car. Nobody's going to... Yeah. But Leanne, see, the thing is, Leanne's question is one of those ones that is sort of just designed to get people, listen, how come, let me ask you this, Mrs. Houston in Oregon, why did she, okay, I'm going to bring it up again, okay, because it just seems like people have short memory. Yeah, Jennifer Houston, okay? So here it is right here. Jennifer Houston, police say Dundee woman died of suicide by asphyxiation. All right, so Newburgh, let me go to that screen, hold on. Newburgh, Dundee police said Wednesday that Jennifer Houston died of suicide by asphyxiation after parking her SUV along a rural Sheridan logging road. Why didn't she do it at home, man? Police said detectives found a note inside her SUV addressed to her family. Oh, see, but it said family. It didn't just say that one person who she... Houston's body was found on Tuesday. And guess what? Before that, she's seen on surveillance inside like an AM/PM mini mart buying, like a drink and a piece of some candy and that kind of thing. And she took off. No, you didn't tell me anything. I don't know who you are. I think you're a troll. All right, bye. Let's see here in a second. Yeah, I knew it. That's funny. I knew it. What an idiot. The same person just has so many accounts. What a bore. Yeah, so Houston was wearing the same clothes as when she left her home early on the evening of July 24th to run errands. And look at this. She stopped at a Rite Aid to buy Gatorade, trail mix, and over-the-counter sleeping medication. Boom. See how, is that drug related? at that point? Would you check that box? I mean, see how this is like almost identical other than the burning part? I'm just saying, can you see how there could be a similarity here? Right. And filled up her tank at a gas station in Newburgh. Her cell phone had been turned off. Sounds familiar again. When Houston didn't return, her husband, relatives, and friends put out a public plea for help. Wow, almost identical again. Help in finding the 37-year-old after, 37-year-old stay-at-home mom. All the while shielding the couple's 2 boys, ages 2 and 6, from a search that drew national media attention. At about 10:30 a.m. on Tuesday, a retiree patrolling his family's 40-acre, heavily wooded property found Houston's green Lexus SUV parked along a private, unpaved lane near Gopher Valley Road. He called police, who discovered her body at about 40 yards away. Toxicology results were not yet available. I mean, to me, that's almost identical, other than, being nude and the burning part. But people do that, kill themselves in all kinds of different ways.
Chewbacca? I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
What if it's the husband, but he's a criminal mastermind who managed to make this look like both a suicide and a murder?
Yeah, what if it's aliens,
never
too?
gets solved. Woman shrugging, smiley
Yeah.
face.
I don't know. I mean, then you'd have to believe the husband was with, like he said he went to work, and you'd have to believe that the husband was, the husband's somebody you think about from time to time, but you'd have to believe that he followed her all the way up to that place 70 miles away. Was he at work? The law enforcement has the answers to these questions. That was a joke, really? Well, you wouldn't think it was, because I'm in a group on Facebook, and they all type in every crazy theory that you could ever imagine. Okay, like one after the other. That's pretty good, though. That was pretty good dry humor there. Not your average chick. You actually got me on that. You got me. Yeah, let's see. Debbie in the store to Amanda's boyfriend. Oh yeah, it's amazing the minds of people. How, see, I think it could be all I'm saying, everybody, is right now I'm like 80, 85, 90% suicide, and there's like 10, 15% maybe that it's something else. We don't know. But it dramatically changed. I don't know how it didn't do that for everybody. That once we saw her buying those items and being alone 70 miles from her home, that wouldn't just dramatically change the way people see it. It's almost like people want it to be a murder, because then it makes it more intriguing, and they won't feel like they've wasted time or something. To me, it's interesting regardless of what it is. The cool thing is just trying to figure out what the truth is. Yeah, well, it's a satellite radio, so maybe they're using satellite. I don't know how they actually convert that into a location, but don't you guys think it's amazing when you're in your vehicle and you're using a map program, and you're in the absolute middle of nowhere, and your mapping still works the whole time, like it's still connected to the satellites or something. I think it's pretty wild. Yeah, but what's the odd stuff that you think's going on, chicken noodle soup? So you're saying there's all this odd stuff going on, but what is it? I mean, she's not really that likable, sure, but what is all the odd stuff? That she's the one that said she only had her debit card and license, or the fact that her boyfriend and her had violence, or what? What do you mean specifically for you, the purse? What does that mean? Oh, it's going to be the same. It's going to be just as bad, I think. Okay, here we go. There's the poll again. I think it's going to be something similar. I think Homicide's still going to win because people really want it to be that. Logic be damned. The argument to the debit card, the daughter receiving the fund instead of the son. The argument, the debit card, the daughter receiving the funds instead of the son. Well, maybe the son doesn't need the money though, right? What if the son is successful and he doesn't even really communicate as much, but because if you look at the son sends Venmos to Amanda all the time, okay? So her brother sends her Venmo often, so he doesn't need money. So the mother might be just sending Amanda one last hurrah Venmo. That makes sense? Yeah, it's almost like they all just feel bad, like it's family, so they just keep sending her money every second. Well, that's what I think, H-Doc. The 8 minutes now. See, before it was like, okay, she's missing. Somebody could have wrote that message the night before. Killed her the night before, put her in her car, then that day sent a message, and I thought, well, it's going to be a really big key to figure out where her phone was when the Venmo was sent. Okay, and I bet you it actually pinged up in that town, and then, they got the receipt, and then they went over there and they checked, but her phone. So here's the thing: it's a 17-minute drive from Clayton to where her car was. She got out of the store at 3:09, and 3:17 was the Venmo. So that means there was only 8 minutes. So if you were just driving the normal speed, you would be in this area. But it's more likely she just kind of stayed in the town for a little bit. Then after sending the Venmo, took off, drove down, and ended up right here. Now, people that think it's a homicide have to believe that somehow after exiting the Family Dollar in an 8-minute window, that she was abducted and then allowed to send a text message, or that person sent a text message to the daughter, and the whole thing is odd, like that's just such a small, tiny. But here's the thing: we know for certain that she drove, and apparently drove alone, all the way from down here, 70. This is 57 miles. The other one's 13, so about 70 miles, all the way up to Clayton right here, to buy some really mundane items. Right, some really mundane items that are, there's millions of scenarios, Element Open. I was just giving you one of them. Man, they're so bizarre. Last couple days, you're back to that old weird crap again. But we all accept you, You have your days, I don't know what you call it, but is it confirmed that she was alone? Well, they said she was, based off of the cameras. That she was alone at the store. What does that mean, Zozo? That doesn't even make any sense what you just typed in. Whatever, I mean, you mean depending on where her bag is. No, element up, and trust me, you're always a little bit bizarre in here, but it's cool. I mean, it's cool, man. Don't worry. She was depressed. Depression can drive a person's, yeah. Well, we don't know if she was depressed or not. I mean, there's no information out there. We're not her doctors. But you kind of wonder, she had lunch and dinner with her daughter the night before. Then she goes home, there's an argument outside with somebody, and then the next day she's just gone. She just had enough type of thing. You know, we were talking about, was the $2,385 spent right away? Was it cashed out? What happened with that? Still today about mental illness. Maybe she couldn't help and was hiding it. Yeah. It's hard to know. Hard to know. Yeah, people say follow the money, but if it's a, listen. I'm gonna make the case for, I'll do both sides. How about that? I can do it. So here we go. I'll do both sides. So for the self-harm part, you might come up with a scenario where there's just constant arguing and bickering, and her husband doesn't like her daughter, and is always giving her money and just getting tired of it, and it's just problem after problem, and she's depressed, and they're not even sleeping in the same rooms. Apparently they say it's from snoring. We also see that picture where she's got the black eye. Do we really know where that's from? Nobody brought that up, I noticed. But it's also not really proof of anything. So, she's really depressed. And then on the 9th, she's really feeling like she's going to do it now. And she takes her daughter out to lunch with their boyfriend. Then she goes out to dinner with their daughter and then comes home. And then there's another argument outside. And they sleep in different rooms. Then she wakes, when the husband leaves in the morning, her car's still there. But she gets, later in the afternoon, probably leaves the house at about 1 something. And, she's ready, she's done. She's done. So then she drives 70 miles north to a town called Clayton. And she'd been planning this for a while because she had all the things that she wanted. She had a tarp. She bought a tarp, she bought paper towels, a red tote bag, a poncho, a lighter. So went to this dollar store up there for no reason to go to that one dollar store. There's nothing out here. There's no major cities. You're not on the way to anywhere. So she goes way up there to buy that, almost like so that nobody would know who the hell she was when she went there. So she goes to the dollar store, and she buys those items, and she gets there at 2:55. Then she's seen leaving at 3:09. She does have a purse with her in there. She leaves at 3:09, and then a mere 8 minutes later, she sends a Venmo to her daughter, and the message said, "They won't let me go, love you. The house key's in the blue flower pot by the door." Okay, so you could say in that message that the first part is "they won't let me go" is her maybe an attempt to make it look like something else is going on, or it was like the demons in her head, like the demons won't let me go, that type of thing. We don't know. Then I think it's possible that somewhere in that same town she threw her purse and her phone after sending the Venmo and turned off the phone and the purse, threw it into a trash can. Then she got back in her car and she drives to the place where they end up finding her vehicle. And maybe at that point, I don't know if she puts on the poncho or whatever was going on there. But she takes the red tote bag, goes down the hill, and she probably has some drugs with her, takes them to sedate herself, and she's really kind of on the verge of and then she lights the paper towels that are bunched up, and maybe she even takes, let's just say she puts on a poncho, puts paper towels inside of it and wraps herself up in the blue tarp and lights it. And then she sort of passes out, but then kind of wakes up later and crawls down a little bit further and then falls on her back and grabs the tree in pain, but she dies anyways because she passes out from all the drugs because she took a lethal dose of medicine. Right? So that's one story. You could have that one, right? There's probably other ways to put all that together. I don't know what other items they have. We don't know, did they actually find her jersey, things like that. But she was nude when they found her, other than a burn mark on her stomach. So, then we've got the, on the homicide side, you could have something where, because now we have to always put in the trip up here to the Family Dollar. So, maybe a family member tricked her into going up there because I can't really think of a reason. Okay, to be honest with you, I can't think of a reason that she would be tricked into buying those items up there. So to me, it seems like she went up there to buy those items. What did somebody follow her up there then? And then when she went out to her car, and apparently though she gets into her car and she's alone again and pulls away. So when would somebody have had the opportunity to get into her vehicle? I guess that's where I'm stuck there too. But let's just say somebody did. They got in the vehicle, then they drive her down. They're in the car with her. They drive down here, and then they force her to walk down, and they're carrying the red tote bag, and they walk down, and then they kill her down here. Maybe they assault her, take her clothes off, assault her, then they have to get rid of the DNA, so they try to burn it off of her, and they might have even left before she was actually dead, but she died later anyways, and that's why she was grabbing onto the tree. But they were down there, they assaulted her, and then they took all of her clothes and her cell phone. Her cell phone was turned off, though, when they had commandeered her, and they're the ones that sent the Venmo message, of course, right? And so they sent it to her daughter, so then the theory would be that it's somebody that knows her daughter and wanted her daughter to have it. Right, so then anyway, she has all the clothes, the person has the clothes, and then puts it all in a bag, and then throws it away somewhere away. And I don't know how they would have done it though, but when they walked back up to the top here, they hitchhiked a ride back into town. So here's the thing, everybody. The story is way more complex and difficult when you want to make it a homicide. Do you understand what I'm saying here? Do you see how working through the issues, trying to make it a homicide here is a lot more difficult than it is to make this into a suicide, because it's all just, you can just say it. It's explainable. And that's why I'm trying to get you guys to see. That's why it's way more likely at this point. Although, of course, there are things that do happen out there. I mean, just me trying to go through it again was hard. How do we reconcile what happened over here? They said she got into her vehicle alone. Okay? How about this scenario? She was told she's going to go help. This is a crazy one. She's going to go help cook some, meth or something with somebody. So she goes over here and she buys some of the stuff that's needed to cook the meth. Just specific items. And she was going to meet somebody specifically at this location right here. And she pulls in, and the other person is there at the time and meets her there. Then something goes awry down here. She ends up dying. That person's car was there. They get into their car and they take off. So that story is something that, you know, it's something that you could do. But I mean, then you're sort of wondering, really? She's going to go cook meth with somebody? Why the hell would she go up there? You know? I'm just saying, people say that tomorrow. I don't know if, you know, I'm just throwing it out there. But why would she do that? I mean, it's just... No, that's not true, Debbie. See, Debbie says she wanted to kill herself would be painless. No, people don't do it that way all the time. Okay, you would hope somebody would want to do it painless, but that's not true at all. You know, I've already found 4 cases just in the last couple days of people killing themselves, women, with fire. So why did they do that? Just saying. No, they didn't. They didn't, Slenderella. They didn't. See, what they... I don't know if you missed the beginning of the show, Slenderella, but they did not rule it out. That's just been something that's been repeated over and over, and has not happened. I have not seen anybody saying it as a quote or out loud. And as a matter of fact, this is what they said. I'll play it again here in a second. This is what was said. Okay? So hold on a second.
The suspicious death of...
There is no evidence to suggest or support that...
Here it is.
At this time, there is no...
At this time...
Evidence to suggest or support...
There's no evidence to suggest or support...
That this incident was related to a kidnapping or that this was a suicide.
Right. That's not saying they ruled it out. Okay? That means that they don't have anything at that time that suggests that. But now you wonder if, the surveillance, now that does suggest that. Let's take another look. And if drugs were involved, it would be far less painless than what we... Yeah, see, I think that's true, Carrie. Yeah. I don't know, maybe I misread what Debbie was saying. They did not charming. What does that mean? They did not charming. Oh, the person named Charming. Man, I'm not good at just following along with the chat, you guys. You guys are... It's Girl Code Central. And if you're wondering what Girl Code is, for anybody out there that's new to this channel... first of all, we've got a symbol for it. It's right here. Girl code means that women can somehow communicate with words and sentences that mean absolutely nothing to any male reading it. But it means everything. You guys are just like, you go like this. Oh yes, I bought 15 of those last week at Kmart. They taste delicious. And we just go, what? How did you get that from that? Yeah. Would it be possible... would it be possible she stopped to take a potty break in the woods and she got struck by dry... No, that's not possible. She walked a quarter mile to go pee? Yeah. I just think, I don't know. I think the Venmo message absolutely speaks a lot more to a suicide than a homicide. You know, the elements when you go to a murder, okay, she's saying, so we've always thought it was weird. If it was a murder and that Venmo was allowed to be sent, first of all, why would the killer allow them to send that? Or they sent it themselves. So if they sent it themselves, why would you send $2,385 to somebody else and then tell the person that there's a blue flower pot that has a key in it? Okay, well, so the thing is doesn't it make more sense that the mother is just almost kind of giving, here's some money, here's some final instructions, like, oh, the key to the house is right here, blah, 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 blah. Just something really quick. She probably didn't have a lot to say. Hey, thanks, LGM. But I think after tonight, unless there's something revealing, I'm going to have to go switch to something else. It's getting kind of like everybody they're just got their heels dug in without really logically thinking about stuff. Yeah. Because here's the thing, even if it turns out to be a homicide, the information they have right now points a lot more to a suicide. But everything's possible. That's the thing. Police say they have categorized Debbie's death as a homicide. No, that I know, but Stacy, that's not correct though. Do you see any quotes in there? See, I know what you think it says. There's no quotes in there, and that's because everybody's repeating the same bullcrap that some other news outlet typed in. This interview right here is on the 23rd. See how you're typing in New York Post, September 23rd. Police say they have categorized Debbie's death as a homicide and have ruled out both kidnapping and suicide. But that's just not true. So you just see variations of everybody referring to it differently.
At this time, there is no evidence.
Office is conducting the autopsy, but those results will be handed to Habersham County as we are not involved in the investigation.
At this time, there is no evidence to suggest or support that this incident was related to a kidnapping or that this was a suicide.
Still a lot of
And then he goes further into saying, why didn't that open up? Oh, there it is. At this time, this is the same sentence right here. There's no evidence to suggest or support that this incident is related to kidnapping or that this is a suicide. That's it. There isn't anything out there. There's no quote or any visible video or audio of him saying what everybody claims he said. What is that? What are you saying, Nat Fort Plum? Well, it is true. It is true right now. That's exactly the right thing, though. The odds are right now that it's a suicide based on the information that's out there. So even if it does turn out that it's a homicide, it'll just be one of those weird things that happen. Doesn't mean I was wrong. I was wrong about what I thought it was, but I would still say the same thing on another case, given the same information. All right? Because I'm not one of the bandwagon, oh yeah, we just all hate these people, so let's all just go with the murder. I go with the information that's out there. And right now, we don't have anything. How come they haven't arrested any of these people so close to the situation when it should be just simple? Yeah, so yes, I would be wrong in terms of that I put more weight. Well, now here's the thing. It isn't incorrect to put more weight on the suicide at this point. But if I was to say, I'm 100% certain that this is a suicide, then I would be incorrect if it turns out it wasn't. I say it's possible and that it's something else other than a suicide, but I just think the odds are that it is one. That's it, man. It's so weird how people get confused. You can't just you have to be all in or nothing, you guys, on this one. It's like a sporting event for some. I don't know what that means, Corvette Sally. Sorry. What the hell does that even mean? Jesus. God. See, that's girl code right there. You guys probably get it. Okay, Brooke. Okay. She could have been forced to do all this, even take her own life. I mean, okay, then where are we at that point? Yeah, aliens could have been in there too. We just don't know. They said she was nude in the document. One shining star. They said she was nude. So. I hope so, but it's already been, it's been over 2 weeks already. Okay, Brooke. None of us have our heels dug in, Gray. No, there's a lot of people that have their heels dug in. I've seen it. They go, like, look at LM, and there's like about, half the people in here are absolutely convinced it's a homicide. Okay? And the reason is because they don't want it to be anything else, because then it would sort of, oh, wow, really? Ew. Yeah. Hey, look at let's see what the poll is up here. So out of 226 votes, now it's a little bit more on the self-harm side. It's a little bit better than the last time in terms of that side. Okay. Cool. Yeah, we don't have all the information, but let me ask you something. Oh, let me put this one in. Okay, here we go. I'm not 50-50. I'm like 90-10 suicide. 50-50 would be like I was 50-50 at the very beginning of the case, and then became like 80 or 90-10 after law enforcement ruled out, or actually I don't even know if it was 90-10. It was like 99-1, because I was believing the absolute bullshit about it being ruled out. I haven't seen it. Today I thought, how do we know this is really ruled out? Who said this? There's like 10 articles out there that say news outlets are saying that. It's like, okay, where's the original source that quoted somebody? And there isn't one. Yeah, see, that's nuts, Mama 457 Rose. I mean, that's just, given the information that we have right now, it definitely logistically should have you way more on the other side. But yeah, I'm thinking same thing could be that Alex Kramer. I don't know what that means. It's possible they won't let me go means they won't let me go at work. Possible there's no nefarious meaning. They won't let me go. Yeah, maybe, but then why was she 70 miles from the house, Alex? Like, why would she go 70 miles from her home and say, well, they won't let me go, but hey, tell you what, here is some money, and I also bought some tarps and things, and then some random person kidnapped me, and I don't know. You see how it just gets weird? I get what you're saying, but what would that mean, though? Like, sorry, daughter, they won't let me go. I'm not going to do that one, Buckle Bunny, because it's absolutely meaningless. There's many cases out there that have it, and so that means some people do that. It won't help at all. Oh my God, did she really start covering this one, Brooke? That's sick. Of course she did. She's an absolute idiot. So, let's see. Yeah, she just, here's one then. Shit. Was it going on right during this show? I bet it was, wasn't it? Wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, that's what she does. Somebody else is doing a show. Ooh, look at they had like 1,000 people watching. I'll do it at the same time and I'll hack people from his. Yeah. Yeah, but if it was accidental, one shining star, what was she doing down there? Yeah, like if you add... Yeah, that's ridiculous. Idiot. Yep, 317. Yep, we know that, April. Yep. I'm not sure why you're typing that in, but yep. I could do the Zoom if anybody wants to call in. We got like, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes or so.
Recording in progress.
I just don't know how, with the information there is right now, for people to be more on the... don't worry about it, who that is, Mama for. Okay, don't worry about it. Total wacko conspiracy nut jobber. Yeah, that's who it is. Yeah, every time people like that start covering cases, that's when I'm about done with it. Okay, because then you know the logic and reasoning go out the window, and you get total wackos. And look, the person who came in here, they were over there watching it, you know, because they like that kind of stuff more, you know. So that's just how it is. Let me get to the... All right, and there's the numbers. Right there. Yeah? What does that have to do with anything, Woobles? No, she wasn't in the area for work. She was in the area to buy a blue tarp, a poncho, paper towels, a lighter. Yeah, but what was she doing down there? One shining star. Can anybody explain that? What was she doing down there? Don't you think she bought the paper towels to light? Two, you know, like a whole package? It wasn't raining. It wasn't raining at the time. It's not a good point, Buckle Bunny. It wasn't raining at the time. It started raining later on when they found the car a day later. Okay, so anyways, let me get the Are you there? Hello? Brooke, you gotta...
So, yeah, I'm here.
Oh, yeah, what's going on?
So, is there something in like when you take care of like your life and death policy and all of that, what you want to happen? Is there something in an insurance company that says if you take your own life, you don't get that?
Yeah, some insurance policies do have that. Like if you commit suicide, they won't pay it out. Because then you'd have all these people killing themselves just before the insurance policy runs out. You know, if they're like older, right? You know,
right?
Or they're just desperate and they would just kill themselves, and then these insurance companies would have to pay out. Some, I mean, I think it's rare actually when they don't have that in there. The suicide.
Right. So, could this be something like she was getting her affairs in order, trying to make sure that her daughter would be okay, but do everything else around it to make her be found in a way that would not be
that's exactly
obvious that
I mean, that's actually what we, that's one of the theories out there. So you try to make it look like it was a homicide, or maybe, I guess, somebody wants to say it's an accident. But here's the thing, is like, what was she doing there in an accidental scenario? Like I don't get that part. When people say, oh, it's an accident, but she's in the middle of the woods, like on some weird random place that you parked the car, and then what was she doing there?
Well, I mean, they could say like she was very ill and she just had to get off the highway and off the road, and then something, I mean, there's been weirder stories.
But she's a quarter mile into the woods, so I don't understand when people say she accidentally died down there, what was she doing there in the first place? See, to me it seems clear that she went there not clear, but like the odds are that she intentionally went down there to kill herself. That's what it seems like to me. And maybe she wanted to look like something else, or maybe not. Maybe she just did it the way she wanted to do it, and it just turns out that it's confusing because it's weird.
Right.
Yeah.
Like she didn't know that on that after part that what she didn't know was going to be confusing for the rest of us. But I don't know. I was like the other person. I was 100 on it being a homicide, just because I didn't understand how all these things could fall into place, and I couldn't understand how your body would allow your body to be burnt and sit there and be burnt. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But now, like, I'm completely switched now. Like
yeah, that's kind of how my mind worked. As soon as I saw the surveillance at the store, it's like, oh wow, that totally changed everything.
And we don't think that there was somebody else in the car or somebody who had asked her to get those things.
Well, yeah, they said that they could tell by cameras that she was alone in the vehicle. So
what if
that means somebody would have had to come and get into her vehicle 8 minutes later after she drives away somehow. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. She pick up a hitchhiker.
I mean, it would have to be like a plan, like, okay, I need to go here, do this, don't talk to any cops, the perfect heist, and meet us at this point at this time, and her be like, okay, that's fine, I'm gonna die, but until then I'm gonna give my daughter everything I can. I mean, she would have had to be willing to go along with her, whoever, because she had a lot of opportunity to yell for help.
I mean, there was a football game let's see. So let me see. Let me look at the dates again. So Saturday would have been the 10th. So that's the day, right? So that's the day of a football game. And maybe she chose the time because it kind of lines up during the game when nobody's paying attention. Everybody's inside watching the big game.
Yep.
Right? That makes sense?
Yeah.
So that's interesting too, right? Like everybody's watching the game probably. I mean, I don't know exactly, but that usually around 3 o'clock, the game's still going on. And she probably left her house. The game had just started. It takes like an hour or so to drive up there. So you get up there and then, so it sounds like she picked a time where most people in that area are inside watching the game.
Right.
So, hey, that's kind of interesting too, isn't it?
I think every time we think of something else, it does make her doing this more like one more brick, and I think the part that's holding us back, probably all women, but mostly women, is like, how could you do that? How can you light yourself on? It's like that romantic part of it that you can't get over, but some people just do things because that's what they wanted to do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty weird often.
And who knows if her daughter and her daughter's boyfriend just wasn't, I don't know. I mean, I really don't think it's only, like, I was not willing to hear you last night at all when you were coming at it with, this was not a suicide, or, this was not a homicide. And I'm like, what? Okay, Gray, we are going to disagree for the first time right now. And then the more I listened to you and like took your points into consideration, and I was like, crap, I have to agree with Gray again. Like, you totally made me rethink.
Yeah, well, the thing is I'm not saying it can't be something else. I'm just trying to let people, like right now, I think if you're using your mind logically, that it points way more to her doing something to herself. Because we don't know of any other information that suggests that something else happened. The information that we have as factual information is that she got there at 2:55. So you could almost eliminate everything else. She goes to this store 70 miles from home, north of her house, in the middle of nowhere almost, and drives 70 miles, buys the items that we've talked about, the poncho and all these different things. And then 8 minutes later, she sends a Venmo, almost like a goodbye, saying, oh, they won't let me go. Here's some money. And then, here's where the key is. Love you and everything. Mm-hmm. And then she just drives south another 17 minutes or so. Or, we don't know where she was when that Venmo was sent. She may have already been driving. And then, likely turned off her phone and then got out of the car, went down there. And, so we don't have any other information about another person being there. There's nothing.
Right.
And so that's where we're stuck. Now, if you all of a sudden you show me somebody that knows her in the same parking lot, boy, man, I'll switch on a dime to something else.
Right. Well, I think, it reminds me of, the suicide forest, and, how long it takes them and exactly what they bring, and they know about it and they know what they're going to do, and they still sit in there for a long time sometimes and still walk out. But, this seems to be to me one of those type of things where they know where they want to do. They know that they have some affairs to get in order, and something might go wrong later on, in the plan, but we don't have to necessarily understand, like, well, why was she at the store? What color nail polish did she? I mean, we don't need to know all of that, but when you're trying to find out, when we do our sleuthy stuff, and it's like, okay, but we really would like to know why she did what she did, or if it was or wasn't. I mean, of course, our minds wander, but I mean, I think this is really going to come down to just brass tacks. They're going to let us know, and it's going to be bam. But I feel like so many people their heels are dug in deep on what they think this is, and I don't really feel like a lot of ground is changing. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, I think everybody's talking back and forth with what they feel like their observations are, but people aren't being as drawn to the other side, I think.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's weird because what happens in these cases is they started off saying, the first thing they were saying is, they were kind of wondering if it was a suicide. That's why they were asking the daughter questions. Then there was this 4-day period where there was no information suggesting, and then somehow somebody said they've ruled out suicide and kidnapping. And I can't find it anywhere out there. So I'm just thinking that was something that somebody put out and then everybody ran with it, like a conspiracy theory. And I don't know. I just think we're in a...
And don't you feel like we're in a stalemate?
Well, we're just at a place where we're going to need some more information. But people got so excited about in the middle. Oh my God, they ruled it out. Okay, now it's a murder. It's a murder. And so they spend every waking moment thinking it's a murder and looking at all the stuff about the daughter. Now they hate the daughter even more than they ever would have. And then now they hate the boyfriend way more than the other. Now they're looking at the husband a little bit. Ooh, 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 ooh. And then it turns out, wow, she's on surveillance, but people aren't willing to allow themselves to go, whoa, that changes everything. They can't, it's hard for people because they were so invested in the murder theory that they can't shift. Okay, now there are some oddities and things, but it's way less odd telling the story from a suicide angle than it is trying to figure out how to make the square peg fit in the round hole all the way through the homicide story. That's the thing. Yep.
Yeah, and to me, she had a couple of times just in the surveillance that we know about, and in texting her daughter instead of 911 quickly, that either she was okay with what was happening, or she was doing it herself. I mean, I don't know. I just think there's a lot of different options, but I feel like I can't weigh in on it really because I want to know more before I start.
Well, it's starting to have the feel. Yeah, starting to have the feel like the Kanika Jenkins case, because here's the thing: is even if law enforcement says, "Yeah, we think it's a suicide," and they just let it go from there, and people are going to go, "Oh, I don't believe that. There's no way." I mean, LM would be one of those people. She wouldn't believe you if law enforcement said they now think it was a suicide. She wouldn't believe it because she's made up her mind. Just like in the Kanika Jenkins case, people thought she walked back into there was somebody walking with her in the halls. You never see him, but they were sort of directing her through the halls. And then there was somebody in the cooler calling her name. That's why she was looking around the corners and everything. And like they were calling her name, and she went into the freezer, and then she died. And there's no way she did that to herself. I mean, she didn't do it intentionally. That was an accident. But, yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
And I hope there won't be a lot of conspiracy around it. But, I mean, we can't really, judge on that either.
But that's what it is nowadays. See, that's what sells on YouTube is conspiracy theories. Like, you got to be really into the, what about this? Like, like every single conceivable thought that somebody has, you got to pretend it's the greatest thought in the world, where sometimes it's just really easy to kind of go, yeah, no, it's probably not likely,
Yeah. Well, earlier, Justice for All was like, I'm just going to tell you, there is not one person who's going to go sit in a car and burn themselves alive. It's just not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, well, I've heard of 2 cases where they have done that. And so it's like his whole group is like, okay, so she couldn't have done it. It's not a suicide. It's got to be a homicide. Let's go that direction. And so it's like, okay. And then Laura, I don't even know. I don't even know what happens over from 1 minute to next in her chat. But just at least here we can think through all the options and not realize that one is right and one is wrong. No one knows yet.
Yeah,
But
like
it's
we
nice
don't know
to get
yet.
it all out
I'm just
there.
trying to tell people what it, based on what we have now, it's much more likely in that camp.
Yeah.
But it's weird that, like, how can you not agree with that? You know, that's the part that's strange. Like,
Yeah.
given what we have now, it seems odd not to agree with that. It's more in that camp. You might still want to dig in on
Right.
the other side, but I'm just going with the odds part. You know,
Right.
I don't understand. Yeah. But it is.
Yeah, I was so sad that I was going to have to come to your side because usually I stay really, like, I stay in my personal lane and I either have to apologize when it's over or I quietly have a little party to myself. I was right and Gray was wrong. And
Well,
then when I
have to-
heard it tonight,
Yeah, you don't
I
have
was
to
like,
apologize.
man.
I mean, there's no apologizing. Like, I'm not going to, if it turns out it's a homicide, I'm not apologizing. I said, yes, it's possible. You know, I just think all I'm
Right.
saying to everybody is right now, if you were an investigator without any other information, they might have some crazy stuff that we're not aware of. And you were
Right.
just, this is what they knew. I guarantee it, they would be, whoa, that changes everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So and that's all
So-
we have. We don't get to have any secret
Right.
information that they might have. But I don't know if they do, you know. I don't think there is a lot of crazy info going on.
So what have the polls been the last 2 nights in here?
Well, it did shift, like, I think homicide, I don't know, didn't the homicide win last night? And,
Yeah.
But barely, and then tonight it was like 54 suicide, 46. So still right around 50-50, but
Okay.
yep.
Well,
I
guess we'll just
apologize
have
all
to
the
wait.
time when I'm like, there's no reason to apologize on something. You just admit that you were wrong. Like, say, you
Yeah.
guys, I was wrong, man. That's all you got to say. It's okay, you know. But I try to do on this channel is work through the cases in a way that's more methodical and just put the pieces together and think about it, and just go, oh, wow. And we've been doing this for a long time, and I think we're.
Yeah.
On this channel, we're like, gosh, I don't know, 85, 90% accurate just on predicting what's going to be happening based on how we do it. So.
Well, and it leaves you in a place where you're like, oh yeah, I followed what I thought and it was right. Or, okay, so now I'm going to go back and see what I missed and maybe come to the same conclusion. I mean, we don't ever leave feeling like we failed or like, you're right, we're wrong, I hate you. You know, it's always just like learning, like what could we have saw that we didn't see that would have led us to the conclusion of this. It's almost like we're in detective school, kind of, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I think it's a good thing for people to be able to use that and kind of test out their common sense and, you know, not just go all by feelers. That's what I enjoy about being able to do that.
Well, cool. Well, I'm glad you, that you're a freak and hang out over here.
Yeah, heck yeah. I'm loving it. I don't know if we can. I don't know. You have one other option, and I wonder if it might be the same one I'm thinking that you could go into while we're kind of waiting in dead space for this one, or do you want to kind of stay on her?
Wait, which one?
What is her? It's a little boy. Let me. I
don't want to. I don't want to switch the case. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I just.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if you would take a break on this while we're waiting, or do we go back and talk about there's the couple that drowned their baby in the bathtub. I think they actually went to court and got sentenced. And I know you had talked about that case a while back. Like, do you go and update your cases?
I don't know which one you're referring to. But I want to keep on this one tonight. I gotta get back to the chat, but maybe send me an email on that one.
Okay.
I don't know which one that is.
Okay, I'll send you an email. When do you think we'll be finding out anything from the coroner or anything? Do you have any idea on that?
I have no idea, but I'm hoping they come forward soon with more information. Yeah.
Okay, so far we have, she was naked, no clothes, her purse wasn't there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. Well, the thing is, I'm gonna go back into the chat and like there's some questions I wanted to respond to and stuff. I mean, we've already gone through most of the stuff, right? Like she's, we actually had something on the screen that was the pros and cons that went through all that stuff. So I'll put it back up on the screen. I don't know if you missed that earlier, but it's right there.
I think I did. Poop.
Well, there it is. It's on the screen right now. You can check it out.
All right, cool. I'm jumping back in side chat then.
All right. Have a good one. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Cool. You too, Gray. Bye.
Bye. Yeah. Right. Let's see. It just doesn't make sense what you typed in. You said, you talk about conspiracy theories as if murder is the only conspiracy. I don't think the murder is a conspiracy theory. I never said that. You don't pay attention. See, that's one of the problems with people like you. You come in here. I never said a murder was a conspiracy theory. Okay, I even said murder is possible in this case. But it's cases like Kanika Jenkins where conspiracy theories are, I mean, I think it's an overused term really, but it's just when people focus in on the most ludicrous ideas and thoughts and discuss it for hours, okay? It's like, that's what people do. I don't do that shit, and I'm not going to do it. I've never even come close to saying that, the Queen, okay? And if you keep going with your stupid line here, I'm going to block you from the channel in 2 seconds, okay? Your comments are idiotic. All right. Yeah, sure. So listen, what was I going to say? Yeah, so somebody mentioned up above that maybe it was somebody had a fake tailgater, right? So let's work. How would that work? So the tailgaters are in town, and then she drove, let's see, 70 miles to buy items for a tailgater when the game is actually like a more local. I mean, I don't really understand how that would work. So I don't agree with that. Okay? So somebody else type in another theory and let's see how that holds up. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, see you later, the Queen. I'm going to time you out this time. I already told you, I don't think it's a conspiracy theory if you think it's a murder. Okay? I think it's a conspiracy theory. And it's not even really a conspiracy theory. It's just a crazy, wacko theory if you want to come up with... See, here's what I want somebody to do. See, we got all these people like, I don't even, well, you don't have to name names because it's not like, well, it doesn't really matter because, 50-50 here. So like, Mama 457 Rose, you should call in and explain how, like it'd be great to hear a great explanation on your part or anybody else who is just absolutely like way swayed on the side of a murder to explain how this all happened given the elements that we know exist. I don't get it, Element. Yes, that's my name. Thanks. No, I think pretending to be working and said they won't let me go, as if to meet her. Huh? No, we're thinking. She pretended to be working and said they won't let me go, as if to meet her, and to say she was far enough away that the daughter could go to her. Huh? They won't let me go. See, that doesn't make any sense, TTJO. Because then why did she, if the daughter was going to meet her, why did she tell the daughter that the key's in the flower pot by the door and here's $2,385? See, that doesn't make any sense. So we've eliminated what you just said. So let's move on to the next one. Let's see. I don't know what that means, charisma. Who's talking about that? I don't really get it. Like, yeah, we were just old when we got married, if that's what you're talking about. Who's talking about Gray has said they wanted... Who are you talking to? What is Element Open saying this time? Gray Hughes what? If I call in... What does that even mean, Element Open? Why do you say such stupid shit like that? You almost... Listen, get back on your meds, okay? Because I always thought you were like schizophrenic and like you're like totally two different people. So why don't you go, get back on the meds or whatever, make you back to the normal, likable person, okay? Because your comments in here are just really disturbing and disgusting, okay? So, not something I want in here at all. So that's unfortunate for you. Ridiculous. It's embarrassing as hell. Yeah, bye-bye. Come back when you're ready to be a civilized human, okay? You sound like a crazy person. And I do have I have stepkids that are older, because my wife has kids. So they're just not ones of my own, like biological. Yeah. Now we can't, so it doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work. Element Open turns into a wacko whenever it's just unbelievable. Yeah, I got married when I was like 40, hell, I don't even know. Shit. I don't even remember. What year was that? I don't know, 40 something. We almost had one. She got pregnant, and then it was sort of like there was nothing, didn't take or something. But, it would have been cool. But yeah, I've got a couple dogs. I've had a couple other dogs that died. 3 dogs. Petro died getting his teeth cleaned, which that one sucked. And then Rocky died he had like pancreatitis. Lily was 17 years old. I kept her 2 years alive, 2 years longer than I should have. But now we've got Blue and Chloe. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay, Tina. Don't worry about it. Element Open's just cold as shit when she talks. It's just crass crap nobody likes. It's embarrassing as hell. I always get these emails and I have to explain how she is, and then people eventually start liking that, okay, I can get, she's just like that sometimes, and that's okay, Yeah, she repeats the same comment 15 times in a row. Well, here's the thing, Tom. What if the key part is that the husband wouldn't allow her to have a key, but the mother would always be there to let her in? But now, let's say Debbie, upon leaving the house, left the key in the flower pot by the door, knowing that the entire trip she was about to go on, she was going to take her own life. So there is no key. If they ever found her keys, there would be no house key on that key unless there was a random spare one. But why would she give a damn? I think it would indicate more likely a suicide if they find her keychain and the house key isn't on there. Do you guys agree with that? You guys remember that? Now she has a little bit more Zozo, like you say all the time. So what do you think about that? Yeah, so if they find her key chain and the key is not on the keychain, and she, let's see, gives the key is in the flower pot by the door. I wonder if the daughter was able to verify that to police, that yes, there was a key in there, and that would mean that she likely put it there herself. That means then after that she goes on the trip, and she's just telling her that that's where she put it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are. I've already shown it. There's a blue. Let me see if I can find it again. Can't stay on the computer. Slowly kicks in. All right, here we go. Right here. Let me get to this screen. See? There's the front door. That could be considered blue there. There's also a blue one here. And then two over here. I think it's this one because I think she was delineating between not being these two, but this one. This one over here is kind of a green-blue thing. I think it's this one right here. That one's by the door. These two aren't. Yeah, I think it's fun to come out, everyone throw out their ideas and whatnot. I like to look at them and be able to go, that one sounds great. You guys have seen me do it a million times, right? If you come up with an idea that's better than the one that I came up with, I'll definitely put it in there. I'm just going to keep putting you on timeout, Element Open. All you're doing is creating drama and havoc tonight. Okay? We all like having you around, but not tonight or yesterday. You're back to doing whatever you were doing that other people would point out all the time, and I wouldn't see it. But I happen to be seeing it this time. Okay? So I'm the one that's timing you out, and I'm going to keep doing it unless you can come back in and just be a normal person. All right? Awesome. Yeah, so there's lots of times where here's what I don't like very much. When I come up with a theory or a thought, and then somebody suggests something that is dramatically less likely, and I shoot it down, and it's like, if you come up with another scenario, make sure it's something equal to or way more likely than what I said. Then I'll go, oh crap, and I'll actually shift to what you said. Okay? But it's like if I sit here and go, well, here's what's more likely. That she went into the Family Dollar, she bought those items, and then she went out to her car, and then she's the one that drove down there because she was seen alone. It's way more likely than saying, well, how do we know some homeless guy didn't just jump into her car when it was there? And then I don't, but that's not more likely. There's no evidence or information suggesting that at all. Other than you could say, well, her text message said they won't let me go. Yeah, just a couple days ago, yeah. Well, there you go. It never happens, though, Zozo, even though we found many, many, many times. But everyone always says it never happens. It was between 1:30 and 2:30, Tom. The daughter was still talking to the officer. Let's see. Amanda was still talking to one of the officers right when the dog unit individual showed up, and he was called at like 1:30, the dog unit guy, and then sometime between that and 2:30 is when Amanda showed up. Yeah, there's nothing suspicious whatsoever about Amanda being there. Law enforcement admits to calling her and telling her that the vehicle, where the vehicle was. They told her where it was. So they made sure to put that in the document because there's a lot of people out there who go, ooh, 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 ooh. But here it is, completely explained in there. So she got there on her own after giving, like they gave her the street name and the highway where it was near. Oh, you hadn't seen that yet? One Shining Star? Yeah. Yeah, it's been out there for a few days. That's kind of, well, not a few days, like at least 2 days. And I think that's been the main. As soon as I saw that, I went, oh boy, man, that's. Now she's the one that bought all the items. I mean, listen how nefarious it was before. Okay? All these articles talking about they've ruled out suicide. Although that's not, there's no evidence that that's true, that they ruled it out. They've said that there's no evidence of yet. That type of thing. Okay? But imagine, look at the story before, though. Oh, wow. Holy crap. She was at home, and somewhere she sent a Venmo to her daughter saying, they've got me. Oh, man, she probably was killed the night before. Then her body was in the vehicle the next day, and then somebody drove her out there, and they sent that Venmo message. It'd be really interesting to know where the Venmo message was sent from. And they must have, they probably bought those items at a store somewhere. I remember even saying that. To use at the crime scene. Tarps are what people usually wrap people's bodies in. They needed to light. There was a fire down there. They were probably trying to get rid of the DNA that might have been left on her body. They threw away her clothes. They probably didn't want to get identified. Oh, wow, it just was crazy. Oh, wait a minute, but why'd the killer leave the car there then? After they drove her there in her rental car, they left the car for some unknown reason. They must have had another person, because how would they have gotten home when it's 57.7 miles away? They must have had another vehicle. And if they did have another vehicle, why didn't they take the rental and drive it another 15 miles and dump it in the woods somewhere? And then it wouldn't point to where they didn't know that there was a satellite that was telling people where the car was. So they would have put the car 15 miles away and dumped it in the woods, and it wouldn't have led. They would have found her body in a year or two. Some random mushroom hunter would have been in there. The story is very difficult and hard to make sense when it's a murder, in this case. That should tell you something. Currently, there could be a piece of information like, hey, listen, I'm going to be up in this area. Can you meet me up here? We're going to do some camping. Can you come up and buy us? What we need is a lighter. We need a tarp. Oh, and it might rain tomorrow, so make sure to get that poncho. And that'd be great. So why don't you meet me up there? We're going to be camping. And then they're waiting for her in the parking lot. And when she pulls away, they honk, hey, or maybe they say, can you buy that stuff? I'll meet you in another place. So there's something like that, I guess, right? I mean, yeah. Somebody explain to me why she's 70 miles up north in the middle of nowhere buying that stuff, and it's only 13 miles from where they found her body. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Second. Oh, there you go. All right. Yeah, it's 8 minutes. So I'm going to go through this again because I think it's really important for people to have the information. Everything prior to this almost is irrelevant, although it could mean something happened. So now there's proof of life of Debbie up in a town here called Clayton. And at 2:55 on the 10th, 6 or so hours after her husband probably went to work and saw her car in the driveway. Now we know that later in the day she gets in her own vehicle, her rental car, and drives all the way up to this Family Dollar store 70 miles away from home. She goes into the Family Dollar and purchases a red tote bag, some paper towels, a poncho, a reusable light, like a lighter that, just to say lighter. I'm sure there was lighter fluid in it, but you could fill it up again if you needed to. So she had all that stuff. And a blue tarp too. I forgot about that. And then she leaves the store at 3:08. Okay. So in 3:09, excuse me. Then 8 minutes later, at 3:17, a Venmo is sent from her phone to her daughter, saying they won't let me go. So we're talking about in an 8-minute period, somehow she was abducted, and the abductors were so kind and polite they let her send a text message. Is that really what we're going to believe here? So anyways, 8 minutes later, she's sending a Venmo that gives her daughter $2,385 and says, love you, tells her where the key is that she'd put in the flower pot, and that they won't let me go. And that's where she is. And it takes 17 minutes, however, to drive from the Dollar Tree to the place where her car was found. And her body was found down there. So that means, if that's true, then what you could say is that the ping of her Venmo would have been in a, let's see, let me get the, here it is, circle here. I'm going to say it's a 13-mile drive, 17 minutes, so 8 minutes would be roughly half of that, so probably 6 miles. So if we go to here, do this circle, and so probably right inside of that, right there probably, that's where the ping of her phone would be when she sent the Venmo message, right? So that means she wasn't here when it was sent. It had to have been in this general area up here. Did she go further up there? We don't know. We do know that at 5 o'clock, a police officer saw her vehicle right here where it was eventually found. So it's likely that once she went to the Family Dollar, she went straight down in that direction, but maybe spent a few minutes here doing things like throwing her purse and cell phone into a dumpster or something like that. Who knows? Hey, thanks, Michelle Inga. Critical hit. Critical hit. What the hell is it? I don't think I've seen that one. Critical hit. Error, error, error. Hey, thanks again. Another critical hit. Because crime scene photos to see if the windows in the back are tinted. I don't know. What difference would that make, Leanne? Oh, you mean they didn't see the person was ducking down while in the vehicle while she was at the mart. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's one thing that's possible, is that it didn't look like there was somebody in the car, but maybe somebody was hiding in the car. Yeah, I mean, you know, you could throw that in there as a possibility, but, you know, it's like 70 miles north of home. Why did they go there, I guess? You know? It is pretty fascinating. It's awesome. The problem is I'm probably going to have to bow out here pretty soon on the case, because as soon as people like the Laura that people were talking about and other people start picking it up, I lose interest really quick, because it turns into an absolute shit show of nonsense. So, you know, I don't really have any more that I could think of doing unless new information comes out. Okay, so I don't really have any more. I mean, we've done all the speculating we could possibly do. If people come up with some new information or something like that, then yeah, that'd be pretty interesting to add that into the mix and see what happens. Yeah, definitely could be something there. BBJ says, let's put that on the screen. Let me get rid of the phone numbers here. Well, thanks for, we got the one caller, Brooke, called in. So, oops, that's not what I was doing. There we go. As the wife of a retired Oakland, California cop, I would be foolish to argue that this was not a suicide. Could law enforcement miss a beat on this? Maybe, but doubt it. But leave no stone unturned. Right, so that's exactly how I'm thinking about it. Like, we'll just keep looking at stuff that comes in that's new, but I'm just am where I am here. Now, does her husband, TTGAO, look like somebody that would be looking for something like that? Cindy said, this is her scenario. Hey, Mom, can you take my boyfriend to rehab? You know, the drug addict. Then we'll go to the game. Hey, maybe when you're up there. Well, they went north of there. He didn't just take her to the rehab. She went up north. Wouldn't she have just bought the... Okay, so she decided to drive 13 miles out of the way to buy a tarp. I don't know, man. Maybe it was a setup, and they made her pull over and ambush her. I don't know. Just see how hard that is. Like that theory you just put in there right there makes it so difficult. There's so many elements that you have to add in, and it's like, hey, Mom, can you take my boyfriend to rehab? Okay, the mom's gonna go, yeah, I'll take you to rehab. Yeah, shit, I'll take him to rehab. And then we'll go to the game. Oh yeah, well, tell you what, when I'm up there, I'll get our tailgating stuff 13 miles further up at the Family Dollar, and we'll load that into the car, and we'll bring, oh, that sounds like a great idea. And then, so they're in her car. How did the boyfriend get home? See, doesn't everything make more sense that it's just her, because the car's there, she's the one that parked it there. Anybody else that was with her would have needed a ride at the very minimum from somebody else to get the hell out of there. And if that's true, they would have taken that car and moved it so that it wouldn't point directly to where her body was found. Can I get an amen? Maybe not. Yeah. One of the people saying it can't be suicide, I've never had. Yeah, I don't know, Zozo. It's really a strange thing, you know. I mean, so here's the thing is, like, Element Open, what she was talking about was she has kids, and she would never do that to herself because she has kids and everything like that. But that's not the way it is for everybody else. So you can't look at things through a prism of yourself, okay? I mean, a lot of people do that. It's the holier than thou mentality. Why did the parent let him go to the bridge that day? Why did this and why did that? It's not really relevant, okay? You know, everybody's life's different. Things are different all over the place. Brian Joe. Come on, you know it, man. He finally chimed in after all. The whole show hasn't said a word, and then... Yeah, millions, Lauren. Yeah. That was pretty funny. Brian Joe, amen? You got to admit, though, what I just said makes sense, right? Think about that. Okay, ask you... Yeah, of course she would say that, Lauren. That's why I don't do... She's an idiot, okay? An embarrassing person, and I can't... You know, I used to go over there and just kind of hang out sometimes just to be like, you know, just mindless nothingness. But now I just get sick of it. Sickening. But people like that kind of stuff, you know? And I just can't do it. Brian Joe comes in and just, he did it again, man. He threw me off. Amen. How about this? What's more likely, that she went to the Family Dollar and she's the one that drove to where her car was? Anybody? Or that when she drove to the Family Dollar, totally calm, buying those things, somebody jumped her in her car, so that in just 8 minutes later, they took her phone and sent a Venmo to her daughter and told her where the key was in a flower pot and all these other things. See, I got to tell you, the information right now, everything makes more sense to me. I mean, it's just weird. I can tell the story easily in the suicide angle on this case. The other story of a homicide is very convoluted and hard to make things jive all the way through. Every single aspect of it, including even the Venmo. It's a little weird. It gets weirder. Yeah, I want all of the information. I hope, you know what? I think it would be interesting if there was, I hope for the people that are murder sakes, I just want the case solved at this point, that they find some crazy, there's some weird element that we're just not aware of, and they come forward with it, and it just turns everything up on its head. That she was texting some random guy that she met on Tinder, and they were going to go meet up up in Clayton, and she bought a tarp, and they decided to go camping in the woods by a rehab center, and what? Yeah, just see, again, doesn't really make sense. Yeah, I've always thought that when people kill themselves, they're not really thinking about other people at all, either. It's like really selfish. It's like you destroy everybody else's lives because you weren't feeling good at that moment. It's but there's also sometimes where you feel so much, like when when you get like the anxiety attacks or whatever, there's a point where you feel so much despair and like just you're freaked out that you could almost see you're not really thinking about other people at that moment. So Let's see. Yeah, no, they're not thinking about other people. Yeah, I mean, it's probably when you're depressed, you're kind of just thinking about how you feel, right? I would think. And like how miserable you feel, and you just want it all to end. Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna need. Come on, did Brian Joe just show up in here and he just took off? He only made one comment. Yeah, that's not cool, man. Come on, join in on the conversation. You're a moderator. Jump in. I need somebody to come up with something that's makes sense to me of what happened after she walked out the door at Family Dollar. Give me something. Give me a scenario that makes a ton of sense after she walked out the door and got into her car that had nobody else in it. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm going to say like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Whatever the hell his name is. Kicked out where? What? What are you talking about? All right, here's the rental car right there. You know, it's hard to tell if the windows are tinted or not just because, well, maybe, I don't know. Wow, is that her car actually parked there? No. I was gonna say that couldn't be hers. It looked almost just like that though. It does kind of look like they're more tinted in the back there. Unless that's windows open there, I don't know. Hold on, let's see. Well, it is a little, makes it a little bit more interesting now. I mean, it is, you can tell it is, they are tinted in the back. So who knows, man? Maybe there was somebody in there. So there you go. Now we've just added another layer of craziness. Yeah, isn't that great? Just add another layer of craziness there. Yeah, so it looks like the back windows are tinted. Was there somebody ducking down and hiding back there? Waiting, like she brought somebody with her and she was totally under duress even though she looks about as calm as she could. She even locks the door when she walks in. I mean, that's a little weird too. Normally, if there's somebody in the car, you don't lock the doors like that, right? Like if there's an adult in the car and you went into a store, you're not going to be locking the door behind you because if they open it, the alarms go off. So, she does lock the doors when she goes into the store. So I don't think that there's any, I think that they know that there was nobody in that car. But yeah, it did look like they were tinted. I'll give you that. I don't know if that, how they could know 100%, but thank you, Lindsay.
Thanks for covering this.
Yeah, no problem. If they move the, I have a playlist now. I think we started covering it on the 21st, maybe the 20th, 21st, I think. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. An adult, Cindy. Did you hear that part? Yeah. You just don't want her to open the door because then the alarm will go off. She busted somebody out of Oh, there you go. There you go. All right, so let's, for a moment here, if it's an accident, what is the accident? And when you explain it, how come the vehicle or why is she down in the woods if it's an accident? Explain that part. So let's say it's an accident. How does her car end up down? Her car's parked there, but how does she end up a quarter mile into the woods on an accident theory? Let's go with that one. Well, it kind of does look like she's locking him, right, though, Dan? I mean, she looks down to press a button on her phone. Why would she need to look at her phone? Yeah, we don't know for absolute certain that she locked her door. But yes, there could be somebody that is hiding in the back seat because she's nefariously going in to order some, tarps and things. So you might want to ask yourself, does it look like she's under duress when she's walking in there at all? She's looking at her, her keychain. She's just kind of strolling over there, and she gets there at 2:55, and that means she was in the store for 14 minutes, walking around, grabbing things, had plenty of time to tell somebody. You think there's somebody in the back of the car, Kubi? Jeez. All right, hold on. Let's do it. I'm going to do the poll. I don't even know what that poll was that I had up there. Yeah, you're right. I don't know 100%. It just seems like that's really about the only thing you're going to be doing when you're using a rental car. Your own car, you know where the buttons are, right? But in a rental car, you kind of look at, oh yeah, here's the lock. So that's just what my guess is. Yeah, I don't have any proof. So we'll leave that off then. Oh, really? When did that get changed, Lindsay? When did it get changed to now a death investigation? If they officially made that change, then that's a pretty big, significant change. It has to be today. If it's not a today article, then it's not. Oh, you already sent it? Okay. Oh, you want? Yeah, I'll have to get the Discord. If you don't get a link from me, give me a call or something. So what do you think, Dan? Dan Carr, what's your what do you think's going on here? Haven't really seen, other than your jokes, what you think. I don't know, there was some other items bought there. And don't you think it's interesting that they noted that it was drug related? So doesn't it also let you know that maybe she drugged herself with something to knock her out? And then other things started, there was a fire, she said, or something. I know this has to be totally boring for the murder people. So they're going to gravitate to the people that are confirming their bias. I don't have one. I don't know what it is. I just need you to give me better information on a murder theory. I don't have it yet from anybody. Okay, so this is from today. Let's see. Hold on.
She was found dead in the woods. So look at your screen. Here's surveillance video. It actually shows 59-year-old Debbie Collier buying the same items right here. Items that were found near her body. Channel 2's Audrey Washington is live in Raven County and Clayton.
You know what I think is going to be an interesting thing at the end of this? If it turns out to be a suicide, who was the person? Where did the rumor start that it was that suicide and kidnapping was ruled out? You know, completely, like, just it's done, because that never happened. That I have not seen it yet, other than articles repeating what another article wrote, but the original one wasn't even a quote. It was them interpreting incorrectly what was said. Okay, let me read that.
Georgia and Audrey, you spoke with the store worker who saw the victim that day.
Right, and that
I talked to her first, everybody. Thank you. I was the first one to talk to the store worker.
But first, I want to show you this map right
but
here.
She told me she hadn't seen him.
It's on Plaza Way right here, and that woman was found dead in the woods over here on...
See, when I called that worker, she said she didn't remember talking to her. But I think after she watched the video, she was like, oh, yeah. So that doesn't surprise me.
Victory Home Lane, about 13 miles away in Habersham County. What you are watching are some of the last moments of Debbie Collier's life. Habersham County Sheriff deputies tell us earlier this month, Collier walked inside this Family Dollar store on Plaza Way in Clayton, Georgia, and purchased 2 rolls of paper towels, a torch lighter, a rain poncho, a tarp, and a red tote bag.
What would she do with that stuff?
Deborah.
Yeah, well, maybe that's a place that she was familiar with, given there's that... yeah, she always knew that was there somehow. Yeah, I mean, she definitely would have to pull across traffic there, yeah.
Lefevre is a regular shopper at the store and says she's never seen Collier here before. But she tells me Collier appeared to be calm in the video.
There's something very strange about it.
Tuesday, I spoke with one of the cashiers who helped Collier at the store. She told me off camera that the 59-year-old seemed fine and not in any distress. Deputies say family members first reported the Athens mother missing on September 10th after the 59-year-old sent her daughter $2,385 along with a mysterious message. It read,
I just don't think that's a weird enough thing.
Love you.
She might have just
to the house in the blue flower pots
like,
by the door.
You know, maybe she was just aware of this spot because maybe the rehab facility or something. You know, I don't know. I mean, it's, you know, there are weirdnesses in the story for sure, but that doesn't make me
on September 11th,
think much
tracked
differently.
The satellite radio signal in Collier's rented Chrysler Pacifica. That signal brought them here to the woods near Victory Home Lane. This is where they found Collier's body in a ravine. She was nude and reportedly has severe burns on her stomach. Next to her body, that's...
What if she went there first or something, Dan? Like maybe she parked there and was kind of scoping it out and went down there and was like, oh, here's a good place. Then went back in her car and then kept on driving to go get her supplies.
Same tarp and a red tote bag
That'd be
that she
interesting.
purchased from the Family Dollar store.
I just hope that they catch whoever did this to her.
And
But I guess you'd have to remember how to
deputies
get
told
back
me this
there.
all started as a missing persons case. Then it was launched as a homicide investigation. Now it is a death investigation, but they said that could change. They also told me they reviewed...
Wait a minute, hold on.
Launched as a homicide investigation. He's told me this all started as a missing persons case. Then it was launched as a homicide investigation. Now it is a death investigation.
Ah! So that makes a difference, right? Don't you think, you guys? That they've now switched it from homicide to just... Now it's a death investigation. That's a little less severe and directed towards homicide at that point. Okay, so that I think that is... You know, that means something, right? I mean, the Habersham County Sheriff's Office said that an Athens mother whose burned body was found in Habersham County earlier this month visited a Family Dollar store the day before she died. Deborah Collier, 59, was found dead September 11th after police say she sent her daughter more than $3,000. Well, it was actually... Now I can't even remember. Was it... no, it was 2,000... Wasn't it 2,385? Now my brain isn't working. Hold on one second. I'm almost positive that was it, but Yeah. Why are they saying that in the article? Yeah, 2,385. Over here it says more than 3,000. That's not accurate. Saying they aren't going to get, they're not going to let me go. Da, da, da. Collier was found burned and naked in a wooded area of Habersham County on September 11th, around 1 p.m. And let's see. New surveillance video shows Collier enter a Family Dollar in Clayton at 2:55, where she stayed for about 15 minutes. According to store receipts, Collier bought rain poncho, refillable torch lighter, 2-roll pack of paper towels, a large tarp, and a reusable tote bag. I'm not sure why people keep saying reusable tote bag. Who gives a crap? The reusable part. I guess that's just what it is technically. Now it's 2,385. It was just short of 2,400. Investigators said the video helps them narrow the window for Collier's death sometime between 3:09 and they say 12:44 p.m. on Sunday. I think that's a little ridiculous. It's not like she was out there, unless you want to think that she was camping. I mean, it'd be really pretty odd if they say that her time of death was on the 11th somewhere, like she was hanging out there overnight and just kind of. I mean, that would be pretty weird, unless she was just barely alive. But here's what you can also narrow the time down is this. She leaves the Family Dollar at 3:09, and at 3:17, if you believe that it's a murder, she's been commandeered by somebody, her vehicle has been, and she's under somebody else's control, who either sends a text message using her phone or allows her to send her daughter a text message. Okay, so you have to believe in those things. Deputies initially said they got a tip that Collier's daughter, Amanda Bearden, was at the Family Dollar store on the 10th. Oh, guys, that it? Deputies initially said they got a tip that Collier's daughter, Amanda Bearden, was at the Family Dollar store on the 10th. Investigators, however, determined that Bearden was not at the store. Wonder why that tip was that. Maybe somebody just thought it looked like her. It's kind of an interesting tip there, but it was wrong. So, anyways. Channel 2 Audrey Washington talked to Deborah LaFair, a regular shopper at the store, who said she'd never seen Collier there before. I wonder what the tip was that she was there, though. Like, who called that in? And then it's interesting. I mean, a person that might be interesting to talk to is who sent that tip in. That it was Amanda at the store. I mean, how would anybody even have a clue that either one of them were there? I mean, maybe the tip is a ping. They got a tip that Collier's daughter, Amanda... No, that wasn't what it was. Initially said they got a tip that Collier's daughter, Amanda... That's an interesting element there, isn't it? Like, that is... How did they get it? Who had information to say, oh, I think it was Amanda at the... However, determined that Bearden was not at the store. But so somebody else saw somebody they thought was her. Like these people that are making videos and talking about, oh, that's Amanda, it's Amanda, it's Amanda. But they were able to determine she wasn't there. What would she do with the stuff unless she planned on going camping? There's something very strange about it. Washington also spoke to a worker off camera who said that Collier seemed fine. It's a tragedy, Lefevre said. I just hope they catch whoever did this to her. You know what's interesting about that, though? I mean, so if you go back to the original theories where you have the boyfriend or somebody was trying to pin it all on Amanda, that fits right into that narrative, right? Because you have the Venmo going to Amanda. You have the keys in the flower pipe out of the door, Amanda. Love you, Amanda. And now you have somebody else out there saying that you know, like Amanda was at that store. I mean, who the hell would even have a clue that anybody was there in the family? Oh, maybe it was somebody in the family that got a receipt. They saw the receipt. No, but that would have been why say Amanda then? Oh, that has to be a visual sighting of somehow, right? Man, isn't this case ridiculous, you guys? Every second there's another little cog in the wheel. I mean, that is just ridiculous right there. Some random Joe out there, you know, we don't know who it is, gave them a tip saying that Amanda was at the dollar store on the 10th. Because that would be somebody that would have to have noticed her or knew for some reason maybe she was going to be there. No, I don't know what it's doing. It's just they verified she wasn't there, though. It says right here. I mean, it's just the part that's weird is who's the person that tipped that off. You know? That part's bothers. See, my thing is I just go where we're going. Like, if you get a new piece of information, then you go that way. You know, I don't really care. I'm not going to, you know, but I'm saying they did. It wasn't Amanda that was there. However, determined that Bearden was not at the store. Okay? But man, geez, I mean, what the part that's weird about it is like, maybe she was in the store, but she was with her, but the person in the store was the mom. But what if you go back and say, well, in the tinted part of the vehicle, that Amanda was back in there, and somebody knew that she'd went to that store. But then again, how did Amanda get home from her? How would she have gotten home after she left the rental there? You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of stuff doesn't work out after that. Yeah, it's totally unlikely. I think what it was somebody obviously. Oh, you know what it probably was? Somebody, the person that owns the place might have been looking at their surveillance or something, and then said, "Hey, this person looks a lot like the daughter or something," and then called the police. Then they came out. Maybe something like that. I don't know. Oh man. Let's see. Anyone with information regarding the investigation is encouraged to contact investigator Cale Garrison. Yeah. All right, I'm going to keep this article here. Got to store it. But yeah, that's kind of interesting there, right? All right, I gotta get out of here. But anyways, I appreciate you guys being here tonight and supporting the channel. And yeah, thank you to let's see, Paulette Leonard and Sunval on PayPal. That's been being used a lot less last few days for some reason. PayPal's a lot better, 30% taken away on YouTube a lot of times. All right, let's see. Not just a lot of times, every time. Okay, let's see. I'm actually going to put this link in my description here. Okay, got that. Who, me? Are you talking about my visor or her visor? I don't know. I've done shows without it, but not too many. I don't know, I just like it for some reason. All right. Well, thank you to Lindsay, Michelle Inga again, Slenderella Charming, LGM, Not Your Average Chick, Lindsay, Cindy Leon, K-Dog, Billy Juliana, Tawny Lee, Tamara, not today, but Tamara, Cindy Leon, Caligal 3, Boggle Queen, Linda Howell, Pink Clouds, Mary Glaviano, Jessica Schubach, Ange Tech's Son, TTJO Tracy, Freebird Forever, Ange Tech's Son, Cami Nielsen, Eugenie, Zozo, Axion, Ange Tech's Son again, Janice Johnson, Jessica Schubach, Freebird Forever, Maria Sayas Rodriguez, Billy Juliana, Jody H, Pink Clouds, Billy Juliana, WNC Granny, Professor Pug, Kathy Friedenmaker, Tina Susser, Felicia C, Jan Allison, Plato, and Carrie B. All right. Thank you. Well, anyways, I hope you guys thought that was interesting. I have this other missing person case that I'm trying to get enough information on. It's kind of a weird one. Active right now. Yeah, well, it's strange now that we've got this other thing that somebody, they went to that one particular Family Dollar because somebody said that the daughter was there. But how was anybody even aware of anybody being there? Anyways, now it's a death investigation. It might make total sense if we knew who the person was. But they were able to determine she wasn't there. But was she really? What? Maybe she was in the back with the tinted windows, huh? Oh yeah, and by the way, if you live in Florida, we'll all put some positive vibes out for you there. What a nightmare. I am not an Eagles fan. If I am a football, it's the Seahawks, and I'm an Oregon State Beaver. That was such a... You guys, I don't know if anybody watched the USC Beaver game, but we had that game. It was like, we're playing number 7 in the country, 4 turnovers, we lose by 3. Absolutely, just blew it. Unbelievable. So they're pretty good. At least they're getting better. When I was a kid, I was Kansas City Chiefs. And then the... I think it was the Pittsburgh Steelers after that. All right. So there you have it, everybody. There you have it. Let's see. I'm going to do the wheel now on my own memory. Without somebody going, Gray of the wheel, Gray of the wheel. Whoa! What's going on? Where's that coming from? Oh, there it was. Okay. Wow. It's wild. Don't you hate that when you're just doing something and a random video starts playing from something you had open? Oh, wow. Let's see. Not sure why there's all these blanks in here, but I guess it doesn't hurt. Oh, there we go. There we go. Anyways, thanks everybody. Yep, everybody can, you know, like on here, everybody can have their thoughts, but my thing is I'm going to argue and debate the thoughts. You don't just get to have a thought and just let it be if it doesn't, you know, pass the smell test. So have theories that are unshakable. Anyways, well, thank you. I know everybody doesn't like the way I do it, but I try to do it like Joe Kenda would. You know, he's not going to listen to a bunch of crazy shit. All right, everybody, thank you very much. But here comes the spin. I don't know what who's gonna win, but this is gonna be for the. Let's see. We're gonna do a free cart mug with a sketch and a notebook. This is for the free cart mug that has a sketch of me on the back side, the same one that's on the notebook. But if you already got that one, you get something else. Oh, look at that. It's Cindy Lynn with a free cart mug with a sketch. Or if you've already got that one, Cindy, you can get a different one. You can get the, maybe the girl code one. Now, that would be good for you, I think. So I'm going to shuffle again. This one's for the notebook now. Here we go. I'm not going to redo it. Here we go. Oh, look at that. Lindsay wanted to spin again, but you won on the next one anyways. What do you think about that? That's the notebook. All right. That's it. That's it, everybody. That's pretty funny. So you got to email the address, and then I'll send you the notebook. You know what I'm saying? See, Mama 457 Rose, you still like me, right? But don't you think it is interesting that they switched it over to a death investigation instead of a homicide, right? You know what I'm saying? How do you know Jay? Who's Jay? Oh yeah. Yeah, how do you know that, Jay? You friends with her? Or? I wonder who that... God, that's really gonna bug me, not knowing who the hell tipped that off, though. You gotta admit, like, that's weird shit right there. That's a weird piece of information. Like, who in the hell out there would have even thought, oh, she was at the... maybe it was somebody at the bank who saw a No, but you'd have to have seen her to say that was a man. I always get stuck as soon as I think, oh, here's a good person. It's somebody that would have had to see her and think that. Yeah. So, anyways, all right, you guys. We will see you guys tomorrow, all right? And thank you for being here. I'm not sure what we're going to be doing tomorrow. Hopefully there's a bunch of breaking news in this one. We'll do it again. Go over it and get everything buttoned up. But if not, then I guess we'll keep on going. All right. So thank you guys very much. And yeah, go Beavers. That's right. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. And a 2, and a 3, and a 4, and a 5, and a 6. And a 7. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person. Yeah, maybe law enforcement is just saying that. Crime dissector, plug rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. I'm gonna get you on a stretcher. You can try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Plastic Ray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector. And I'm always gonna be a pop protector. Fool deflector, interceptor. And I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector. On his pector, with all respect, y'all. Just remember I know Jim Allison. Why did he let me talk all night? He's mean. And I'll serve it. He's really mean, isn't he? Blender. And in the end, no, I'm gonna send nobody likes to listen. Maybe they do. Some people true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody. Talk to you.
Good night, everybody. Gee, Gray didn't let me talk very much tonight.
Well, it wasn't intentional. There was no birthdays.
I don't really talk when it's somebody's birthday, though, Gray. Gee.
Well, most of the time, it's just when it's somebody's birthday, right?
Well, I guess so, but I have lots to say. Now, what about the theory where the guy went...
we don't want to listen anymore. I think the show is just about over, and